civil peace corps, which are able to avoid wars inside Europe and in the world, is taking place with all the people who know what we are talking about in the conference, and mainly with the people of OSCE, of the Organization for Social Security and Cooperation, who have been working on the field for 25 years, will be the main speakers. And all of us are going to learn a lot from how come that experience did not work as it should have been, and what we should do to make it a better and more effective force of European force, at least. So the today meeting is in Kiev, the capital of a country devastated by war. And it is here because there is no other place nowadays in Europe entitled to ask for a Europe capable of playing the role of a continent guarantor of positive transformation of conflicts internally and globally. Ukraine is paying with the blood of its people for freedom, for democracy, for all of us, and is entitled to ask a better Europe, able to defend all Europe. This meeting is a working session. We are going to listen to people who have this experience, and we want to end it with a committee which are going to elaborate the lines of a proposal for the European Parliament to create the real effective European Civil Corps. And we feel that it is only fair to have the beginning of this conference and the end of the conference by some Ukrainian people. But if we have the connection with Lviv, do we have a connection with Lviv now? I'm talking with you, huh?
Eccomi, Marianella.
Say hello.
Ciao.
Because we have two meetings, one here in Kiev, one in Lviv at the same time. So the idea would be at least to see them.
Stai zitta, provo a parlare. Ciao Marianella, ti salutiamo qui ti salutiamo dalle 8. Se senti, dammi un cenno, senti amore? Senti?
Ok.
Allora, un brevissimo saluto da Lviv, dove siamo qui con una delegazione del MEAN. C'è con me Carlo Bertucci, che è il capo scout degli internazionali. Ieri abbiamo incontrato gli scout ucraini. Abbiamo vissuto una giornata di memoria e di preghiera emozionante. Ora siamo qui ad ascoltare voi, ad ascoltare questo importante momento, e quindi vi ascoltiamo e stiamo qua in ascolto. Grazie. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Riccardo. Let us keep in touch during the conference, and if any of you want to talk, just let us know, and we are going to give you the floor, okay? So now we really open the conference, giving the word to Sergei Zamidra, who is the representative of all the local municipalities in Ukraine, of the network of all the local municipalities in Ukraine. And that is a very important network because after the independence of Ukraine in 1991, one of the main institutional reforms was exactly to give power to the local communities. Because in Ukraine, of popular community action, which is historical, it's been always there, and only after independence it had a capacity to institutional representation. So this is a very important. Okay, good. So please, Sergey, the word to you.
Замідра. Доброго дня, шановні учасники конференції. Від Всеукраїнської асоціації громад, від всіх представників місцевого самоврядування України я радий щиро вітати вас тут, в Києві, і щиро дякуємо вам, представникам наших міжнародних партнерів. Щиро дякую Українській Раді церков за те, що ви в цей складний час поруч з нами стоїте на обороні європейських цінностей, на обороні демократії, на обороні того, на основі чого будувалася стабільність в Європі і в плануванні тієї Європи, якою ми її бачимо. Місце, на якому ми з вами знаходимося сьогодні, є значимим. У 2013 році, в кінці 2013 року, саме тут поруч, молоді українці і потім багато киян з усієї України з'їхались люди, які стали на захист права українців бути частиною Європейського Союзу. Це було непросто. Ми тоді стояли в боротьбі проти власного уряду, який в той момент не дуже прагнув, не відчував це прагнення українців. Ми змогли перебороти тоді власний уряд і отримали цей крок, зробили до європейських цінностей. Проте цією нашою ситуацією скористався ворог, який був зовсім поруч. Ворог, який порушення всіх цінностей Європейського Союзу напав на Україну, який захопив Крим, потім захопив частину Сходу, і далі він навіть на цьому не спинився, прагнучи захопити всю Україну. В 2013 році тут стала молодь. Коли пішло повномасштабне вторгнення, навіть з 2004 року багато європейських країн, 2014 року багато європейських країн стояло поруч з нами. Коли пішло повномасштабне вторгнення, маса європейців. І це не лише уряди, це прості громадяни країн Європи і світу включилися в допомогу. Я в той час, на початку 22-го року, коли йшло вторгнення, я був в Немішаєво. Ви були в Бучі. Це 6 кілометрів між Бучою і Бородянкою. Я попередньо був мером цього містечка, і я безпосередньо бачив, як громади були готові до вторгнення, як вони реагували на вторгнення, що таке бути в окупації, що таке комунікувати з громадою, коли в тебе немає чітких алгоритмів, а тобі треба організувати евакуацію з громади. Що таке взаємодія між різними представниками релігійних організацій для того, щоб організувати евакуацію з громади тоді, коли громада в оточенні? Як це зробити, коли ти йдеш від одної церкви, поговорив з отцем, з настоятелем, йдеш до іншої церкви, йдеш, тому що машиною їхати небезпечно. І тут десь виїжджають танки, і ти разом з дружиною лягаєш, а поруч з твоїми руками проїжджають танки. Я це пройшов. Я розумію, що таке, коли в соціальних мережах ти вже забезпечив, щоб частина громади виїхала, а в соціальних мережах починають писати: будь ласка, молодь, будь ласка, дорослі, чоловіки, не виходьте на вулиці, не підходьте до росіян, тому що в сусідніх громадах вбивають. Це була історія про Бучу. В той момент, коли я це читав, в мене цієї інформації ще не було. Як я реагував? Я просив цю жіночку, яка писала, прибрати цей допис для того, щоб не нервувати людей. Чому? Тому що в окупації молодь і старші – це саме ті, хто могли забезпечити знаходження харчів для пенсіонерів і старших людей, які не могли вийти з своєї будівлі в той момент, коли їжа закінчувалася. А закінчувалася вона дуже швидко, ми не готувалися до війни. І оці постійні ситуації з вирішенням, з тим, як місцевому самоврядуванню бути в ситуації конфлікту, як іти на прийняття рішень на грані, повірте, це дуже непросто. Також непросто нам в ситуації, коли навіть ми вже звільнили територію. Тому що, коли територія звільняється, виникають внутрішні конфлікти, з якими ми маємо з вами боротися. Ви згадали питання відбудови. Відбудова – це не лише про інфраструктуру. Відбудова – це в першу чергу про людей і взаємозв'язки між людьми. Це про соціальний капітал. І саме тому мені надзвичайно приємно, що релігійні організації, які представлені тут, які є основою розвитку соціального капіталу і тих зв'язків тісних в громадах, що вони поруч в нашій боротьбі. Дякую вам, вітаю на конференції, щиро дякую за підтримку України. Слава Україні!
Okay, was the opening of our conference. Thank you very much, Sergey. Very moving and important your speech. And now I must say that we have here 5 Ukrainian parliamentarians who are in the room, and we have 3 Italian vice mayors and mayors. Now we are going to give the floor to the Italian mayors and then to Massimo Castaldo, Fabio Massimo Castaldo. I don't see him. He should be here. No? Anyway, he's the European parliamentarian. Is here. Okay, coming later. Okay. Anyway, now I'm going to give the floor to the vice mayor of the town of Milano in Italy, which is Anna Scavuzzo, for some greetings. Later to Massimo Seri, which is the mayor of the town of Fauno. And later to Paolo Calcinaro, who is the mayor of the town of Fermo, and he is also representative of all the municipality, Italian municipalities, so like you are. Okay, thank you very much, Anna.
Thank you, Marinella Sclavi. Thank you to all of you. I will carry on in Italian just to introduce also this exchange in multi-languages. So thank you very much. Grazie. Grazie a tutti coloro che ci hanno permesso di essere qui oggi con una delegazione che ha insieme una capacità di guardare al presente e insieme con la speranza verso il futuro che ci richiama a un'azione insieme. Io oggi qui rappresento le tante persone milanesi e insieme forse un po' italiane che di fronte al conflitto in Ucraina hanno scelto di fare un passo avanti, di rimboccarsi le maniche e di supportare un popolo aggredito, e allo stesso tempo rappresento una città che fa della sua capacità di accoglienza uno degli elementi di costruzione della pace. Quindi la mia presenza qui vuole essere un segno importante, credo, di apertura verso quello che vogliamo costruire in un'Europa dei popoli e delle città, e insieme credo che sia importante nel mio ritorno a Milano raccontare l'esperienza condivisa insieme, perché anche la mia comunità possa crescere in questo percorso che non è solamente di aiuto a una popolazione, ma è di consapevolezza del ruolo che ciascuno può assumere. Vi ringrazio perché in questi 2 giorni c'è stata la possibilità di entrare in contatto con le persone, non soltanto con le idee, con i progetti, che sono importanti, ci muovono, ma evidentemente hanno bisogno di essere incarnate. E guardandosi negli occhi e costruendo insieme dei percorsi e dei processi, io credo che questo possa trovare quella profondità di cui c'è bisogno, soprattutto nei momenti di grande difficoltà. C'è una dimensione istituzionale anche che ci richiede un'assunzione di responsabilità in più, perché qui rappresentiamo anche i tanti enti locali che lavorano ogni giorno per costruire quel percorso, quel processo di pace che non è solamente nell'ultimo tratto che si esplica, e credo che questo percorso sui corpi civili di pace ci restituisca anche delle indicazioni rispetto a quello che facciamo nel quotidiano delle nostre azioni locali, e quindi quella capacità di creare il contesto anche culturale, nella quotidianità, di scambio, di apertura e di attenzione agli altri. Ultimo ma non ultimo, abbiamo ascoltato, qua sono tante le associazioni, i movimenti ecclesiali e non che sono rappresentati. Io credo che in questo dialogo fra laici e religiosi sia anche un po' il cuore di una trasformazione che vogliamo tutti con la stessa intensità. Qui mi trovo ovviamente come rappresentante di un'istituzione laica, quale è la mia amministrazione, ma in un dialogo proficuo con i tanti movimenti, con le chiese e con le diverse confessioni religiose che ieri si sono ritrovate sulla piazza di Santa Sofia per chiedere la pace, per pregare per la pace. Credo che anche questo sia un segnale importante di collaborazione, di cooperazione, di quel bisogno di mettere le persone e l'umano al centro anche di una riflessione che diventa spirituale per tutti. Grazie e buona giornata.
Grazie moltissimo ad Anna Scavuzzo, vice sindaco del Comune di Milano, e adesso passo la parola a Massimo Seri di Fano.
È una grande emozione essere qua, ma soprattutto è una presenza che ha tanto significato. Un primo pensiero di ringraziamento lo vorrei esprimere al MEAN, che ha creato questa occasione, questo momento di incontro, perché penso e reputo che le relazioni, gli incontri tra le persone e tra i popoli siano la forza più importante che ci possa essere, perché la relazione ha quella capacità di contaminare in modo positivo le genti. È vero, non è facile parlare di pace in momenti come questi. Siamo in una terra che dal febbraio 22 subisce attacchi, subisce violenze, un'aggressione ingiustificabile, ma soprattutto conta le vittime. In un momento in cui in un'altra area geografica è esplosa una crisi importante, tragica, dove ancora si stanno contando le vittime. E allora parlare di pace può sembrare di trovarsi fuori del mondo, in un contesto non quello naturale. Invece no, è proprio in questi contesti che bisogna parlarne, ovviamente tenendo conto di alcune considerazioni. Una è quella della tutela di chi viene aggredito, che deve difendersi, va tutelato e va aiutato. Nello stesso tempo però è anche quella di creare quelle condizioni, quelle situazioni per parlare, per diffondere quella vitamina che si chiama pace, quella vitamina che anche in questi incontri tra confessioni religiose, tra laici, ed è anche questa una grande forza. E io penso l'idea che passa qua e che è anche figlia di questa iniziativa, quando si dice il futuro dell'Europa passa per Kiev, dove c'è questa idea del MEAN di creare questo esercito più forte del mondo, che non ha armi e che ha la parola della pace. Io penso questo sia qualcosa di straordinario, può prestare ad ilarità se non si comprende fino in fondo, ma la vera forza è proprio quella del dialogo, partendo dai giovani, e sappiamo che i giovani nelle crisi sono sempre quelli che hanno portato innovazione, hanno portato anche quella forza di cambiamento. E può essere uno strumento importante, però dobbiamo essere onesti anche con noi stessi. E non vuole essere una provocazione, però sotto certi aspetti è facile parlare qua in una terra dove si è aggrediti di pace e chi è che non la condividere. Io penso che lo sforzo più importante sia proprio quello di rivolgerci dove quella cultura non è maggioranza ma è minoranza, in quelle genti che in qualche modo rappresentano gli aggressori, perché la vera forza, se si vuole la pace nel mondo, deve passare attraverso quella contaminazione, quel lavoro culturale sulle menti di quelle persone. Un senso a questa presenza: sono sindaco di una città dell'Italia, facciamo parte di una rete dell'Associazione Nazionale dei Comuni d'Italia e io penso che le città possano svolgere, i territori possano svolgere un ruolo straordinario. Un sindaco illuminato del secolo scorso italiano, un grande sindaco, La Pira, per gli italiani è una figura nota, disse una cosa semplice ma importantissima: per il futuro dei popoli, più delle nazioni, possono le città. Perché se ci pensiamo, le città, ogni comunità fa parte del mosaico del mondo, e se ogni sindaco, ogni amministratore lavora per contaminare, per educare, per trasmettere quel valore di pace, di giustizia, di libertà in ogni sua comunità, e se ognuno contamina l'altro, avremo un mondo migliore. Allora ecco, in questa occasione è quella intanto di essere solidali, di essere vicini ad un popolo come quello ucraino. Oggi mi sono messo la bandierina dell'Italia e dell'Ucraina in segno di amicizia, di relazione, di vicinanza e di solidarietà anche concreta. E devo dire, io parlo della mia città, ma qui c'è Milano, c'è Fermo. Le città si sono adoperate dal giorno dopo, quando è scoppiata la guerra, l'aggressione in Ucraina. Devo dire, una grande sensibilizzazione di popolo. Quindi le città possono essere vicine, possono aiutare, possiamo scambiarci delle esperienze guardando al futuro, anche per la ripartenza del dopoguerra il prima possibile, ma possono soprattutto svolgere questo ruolo culturale, di educazione, di sensibilizzazione alla pace. E allora ecco, questo esercito più forte del mondo che il MEAN vuole costituire, questo corpo di volontari civili, io penso sia una grande idea straordinaria, ma con l'ambizione di arrivare veramente dove questa cultura e questa sensibilità non c'è, perché la vera forza, e concludo, non è reagire alle provocazioni. La vera forza alcune volte è saper non reagire ad una provocazione. E non parlo di aggressione, perché alle aggressioni bisogna reagire, perché bisogna difendersi e bisogna aiutare chi deve difendersi, perché le vittime troppe volte sono quelle vittime più deboli, fragili, che non possono difendersi, che non possono fuggire, e allora verso loro dobbiamo essere veramente solidali. Grazie al MEAN, grazie a tutti voi. Grazie.
Dobbiamo andare un po' in fretta. Io grazie Massimo Seri, la sua... I'm sorry to speak in English. Because speaking Italian. No, the idea that we should be able to talk about how to build real peace by being there with the presence, also with the enemy, which is of course a big challenge, but it is something that we must think about and must be done. And now I give the word to Paolo Calcinaro, who is speaking as a mayor of Fermo, AOC, English, and also as a representative of the national network of Italian municipalities.
Buongiorno a tutti quanti. Io brevemente vi voglio raccontare quando ci accorgiamo durante una notte che nel cuore dell'Europa uno Stato aggredisce un altro, nel cuore dell'Europa scoppia una guerra di aggressione. Chi come me, come altri sindaci, si trovano a rappresentare medie città, piccole città, rischiano di sentirsi impotenti, inutili rispetto a quello che sta accadendo. E allora vi garantisco che la nostra cittadinanza italiana subito, immediatamente ci ha detto: facciamo qualcosa, doniamo qualcosa, iniziamo a portare un aiuto alla cittadinanza ucraina. E questo è successo a Fermo come è successo in decine di altre città. Allora ci siamo organizzati, abbiamo trovato un'associazione internazionale per poter portare quello che proveniva dalla nostra popolazione, ma subito dopo abbiamo capito che la necessità era per quelle donne, per quei bambini, per quegli anziani che venivano dall'Ucraina nei giorni appena successivi e venivano anche nelle nostre comunità a trovare un momento di ricovero, perché la guerra era presente immediatamente, con forza, ovunque. E noi abbiamo, anche in una comunità come quella di Fermo, abbiamo ospitato oltre un centinaio di donne, bambini e anziani che fuggivano dall'Ucraina, e quindi quegli aiuti sono andati immediatamente a chi veniva senza nulla, avendo lasciato tutto in pochi minuti qui in Ucraina. Ora spero per loro, con loro abbiamo continuato a fare dei progetti anche per i rientri nella propria nazione, e adesso quello che possiamo fare come comune invece, abbiamo cominciato ieri con qualche dialogo, di iniziare dei rapporti con dei comuni simili, per cercare di guardare oltre, per cercare di far vivere nuove esperienze a chi è segnato ovviamente da mesi di guerra qui nel cuore dell'Europa. Quindi qualcosa possiamo fare, non è tanto, non è decisivo, ma qualcosa possiamo fare nella nostra quotidianità di vita municipale, di vita comunale. Quindi contate sui comuni italiani, porteremo avanti questi rapporti istituzionali e cercheremo di stare sempre vicini a gli ucraini che sono venuti in Italia come in altre nazioni, per poter garantire loro un oggi, nella speranza appunto del domani qui in Ucraina, qui nelle loro città, nei loro paesi. E il supporto è quello che dobbiamo trasmettere a tutti i nostri cittadini, affinché gli aiuti della nazione abbiano forza, la forza del popolo anche italiano. Grazie per questa occasione di dialogo, un ringraziamento al MEAN veramente, perché ha aperto questa porta veramente importante.
Grazie infinite a Paolo Calcinaro. When the first Vice Speaker of the Ukrainian Parliament is ready to speak, let me know, and we are going to give the floor to him. So you must tell me down there when he's ready.
Yeah.
Because he said at 10:30, and 10:30 it is already done. So
Yeah, okay.
whenever it is ready. Now?
Yeah. Do you hear me?
So we give the floor to the first Vice Speaker of Verkhovna Rada, Alexander Kornienko, for a greeting.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Do you hear me? It's okay? Okay. Доброго ранку, шановні учасники цього поважного зібрання. Я сподіваюся, що є переклад, синхронний, напевно. Від імені Верховної Ради України я радо вітаю всіх, хто сьогодні зібрався в Києві. Непрості для нас дні. Триває повномасштабне вторгнення, майже 600 днів вже воно триває. Але для України ця агресія триває вже майже 10 років. І, звичайно, за ці 10 років багато, до речі, українців, багато тих, хто починав Революцію Гідності, так як я теж, ще в листопаді 2013 року, ми вважаємо, що от, власне, 10 років і буде незабаром за кілька тижнів, тому що саме з початком Революції Гідності почалась одночасно і спроба Росії якось на нас вплинути, або захопити, або анексувати наші території, робити щодо наших українців, різні там тортури і так далі. Але для багатьох саме з тих часів і почався справжній європейський шлях України, тому що саме Революція Гідності, вона спочатку називалась Євромайдан, я хочу нагадати. І саме вона говорила про те, що ми хочемо бути частиною Європи, ми будемо боротися за це, ми будемо робити все для цього. Далі, в лютому 2014 року, кілька сотень людей поклали своє життя за це на Майдані, і потім вже десятками тисяч ми вимірюємо українців, які фактично поклали своє життя за незалежність, за волю і за європейський вибір України на цій жахливій російсько-українській війні. Звичайно, в такий час, в таких обставинах нам дуже потрібна допомога, дуже потрібна солідарність і допомога вас, наших друзів з Європи, з Італії, з різних країн, вона дуже важлива. І ця допомога ще більше важлива в контексті того, що ви розумієте нас і розумієте наше бачення мирних процесів. Для нас немає більшої цінності і більшого бажання, ніж досягти миру. Запитайте це будь-якого українця на Майдані Незалежності, де ви зараз знаходитесь, в перерві. Можете опитати людей. Всі скажуть, що українці – це нація, яка найбільше хоче миру зараз в Європі, в світі, напевно. Але це має бути справедливий мир, і це має бути той мир, який ми всі бачимо і підтримуємо відповідно до формули мира президента Зеленського. І її підтримують так само і в парламенті, і наші парламентарі, і яких ми маємо честь представляти, очолювати з Русланом Стефанчуком, з Оленою Кондратюк, як члени президії. Звичайно, це наша спільна мета, спільна цінність. Для нас будь-які мирні формули, будь-які мирні процеси мають починатися із повного звільнення нашої території російськими військами, території визнаної міжнародною в кордонах 1991 року. Також ми розуміємо, що Росія має повернути всіх бранців, гарантувати не тільки Україні, а й світові ядерну безпеку, наприклад, екологічну безпеку, food security і так далі. І, звичайно, це питання відповідальності Російської Федерації за свої злочини. Ми не втомлюємося говорити про те, що дуже важливо створити спеціальний трибунал щодо військових злочинів Росії проти України для того, щоб Росія не просто понесла відповідальність, для того, щоб це в майбутньому не повторилось. Так само для того, щоб це не повторилось в майбутньому, нам всім, і тут я звертаюсь більше до вас, як до людей, які мають вплив на прийняття рішень в різних сферах, в різних напрямках, це питання реформи і покращення світової системи безпеки. Адже ми розуміємо, що існуюча система безпеки, яка ґрунтується на рішеннях Ради безпеки ООН, Генеральної асамблеї ООН, вона, очевидно, має певні вади. Якщо є можливим, коли постійний член Ради безпеки ООН здійснює агресію на непостійного члена, і це ядерна держава проти неядерної держави, і далі, користуючись правом вето, блокує будь-які спроби вирішити це в масштабі Ради безпеки ООН. Нам треба реформувати ці органи, Раду безпеки ООН, Генеральну асамблею, саму Організацію Об'єднаних Націй, говорити про те, що світова система безпеки має бути певною мірою реформована. Тому ми вітаємо такі конференції, вітаємо вашу конференцію. Нам дуже імпонує, звичайно, ваш посил, який я бачу на екрані, що майбутнє Європи проходить крізь Київ. Ми у відповідь можемо тільки сказати, що майбутнє України невід'ємно проходить через Європу, через основні європейські столиці: Брюссель, Париж, Рим, звичайно, Берлін, але й через всі столиці всіх держав-членів, тому що ми є відповідальною країною, і в рамках процесу вступу в ЄС, який вже активно в нас іде, ви знаєте, ми виконуємо всі зобов'язання, незважаючи на воєнний стан. Хочемо бути найактивнішими і найшвидшими в тому, щоб виконувати всі зобов'язання, які Європейська комісія нам надає. Вітаю всіх учасників конференції. Дякую, що ви присвятили свої вихідні дні нам, Україні. Для нас це цінно. І, звичайно, якщо напрацювання конференції через наших депутатів, які присутні там, Вадим Галичук, ще колеги, ми обов'язково розглянемо в українському парламенті, при необхідності дамо їм всі наступні офіційні кроки, офіційні визнання, офіційні просування. Дякую, грація і гарної всім конференції.
Please unmute the speaker in Kiev.
Was Kiev organizers. It is a network of Ukrainian local administrations and regions, which is a very effective network. And also the Italian counterpart is a very effective network, both in humanitarian and in think tanks aspect. And also the religious representatives who met yesterday, who were present at the prayer at St. Sophia Square, was the highest level, because it's officially the Council of Churches of Ukraine. So the levels are the highest possible. And here we have the vice mayor of Milano, mayors of Fermo and Fano, because we know that for such kind of conference, we cannot go higher, because if we go to the level of presidents, it would be a different thing. It would be politics. Here we don't need politics, here we need efficiency. So it's the highest level possible and needed for such kind of meeting. This is the first aspect. I believe completely in what I say. The second aspect, also the mayor of Fano already mentioned, that through these networks you try to grow together, to help together, and so this is the efficiency. And the most important, this is the cry out of despair, because we see that the international organizations de facto have failed. They were unable to prevent neither this war, neither other wars that we are having. So it's a fact. Also, the religions have failed. Because, in my understanding, when we have a war, we will need all the religions, Christian, Islam, Muslim, Hebrew, other Buddhism, Hindu, all the religions to say the same word together, like today you are saying, to make life triumph against death, so life against death. Do we hear this one voice of religions? No, we are unable to hear this voice. because this kind of unity should include also Ukraine and Russia together, churches and religions in both countries and in all the world saying we are against war, but we are unable to hear this voice. So also this meeting, this prayer and conference is a cry out of despair, because we have no other means. There are no other means, no other solutions. And for concluding, what is this cry out of despair? I would mention just two aspects. Last year in March, we know that in Mariupol, people, they had no food, they had no water. And when there was an initiative for me and the Ukrainian Orthodox Church representative, a bishop from Kiev, to go together to Mariupol as representatives of Pope Francis and of Patriarch Kirill of Moscow, we were not allowed to bring water to Mariupol. So when Jesus says in the Bible, when you find a thirsty person, give him what? Him or her water. But here we live in a different world, which is not the world about which Jesus was talking. We are unable to do the things that Jesus is asking from us. And that was last year. This year I have meetings with associations of family members of prisoners of war. What they are asking? They are asking how to find the way to send the Holy Bible to our husbands or sons who are prisoners of war. And we are not finding the way because we don't know where are they, and we don't have means to send the Holy Bible to them. So also when Jesus says, visit a prisoner, we are not even allowed to visit a prisoner, but we don't know where and how to send Holy Scripture to them. So this is really a cry out of despair. And this is a big hope that at least at this level of civil corps, we at least will try to do something. So God bless.
Thank you, Visvaldos, very, very much. You are the beginning. Visvaldos' words are always words of wisdom, and we really are very grateful to him. Every time we come here, we learn something about what is going on, and wisdom starts with the capacity to recognize failure. And of course, when there is a war, there is a failure that we must learn from, and recognize it, and know that peace is not a word, it's not a referendum, it's something that must be built by being there with your bodies, with your hearts, with your minds, together with the people in the two sides. A woman there, I was sitting there before, was telling me, I want all the Russian mothers to be against the war. That is a good, something that must be done. Let us see how. Let us give now the floor to Fabio Massimo Castaldo, which is a member of a Foreign Committee of the European Parliament. Massimo, Fabio, go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. First of all, let me say that I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Ukrainian brothers and sisters for having us here today, for their fantastic hospitality, but mostly also for the unwavering bravery and the resolve of the past 20 months, in which they never surrendered, and at the same time speaking about the local authorities, because today they are the real protagonists of this exchange. They were always holding their offices and supporting the people in the face of the criminal invasion with a really steadfast hold, with a commitment, even sometimes with this kind of strength that comes from the fact that you need to be there for the others. you know that you cannot let yourself being desperate because their community is asking your support. You need to be their point of reference. The purpose of our visit is a clear one, and it's not always, of course, and not only to express our unwavering solidarity with you, with your people. It's not simply to remind that you are not alone and you will never be alone. In this case, together with the Friends of the European Movement for Nonviolent Action, with the MIAN, that have done and have paid so many efforts to organize this crucial event to facilitate our presence here in the heart of Ukraine, we are just to go beyond the fact to develop a privileged platform for our opinions and sentiments, to go beyond also to proclaim our intention. We are here to stand beside the Ukrainians who have suffered for too many months and to embrace all the Ukrainian people. People often say in our countries things that are not always correct. I personally think that peace cannot be achieved simply through parades in our cities, in Europe, to show solidarity, nor it can be facilitated simply expanding our opinions from our offices in Brussels, in Rome, in Berlin, in London. The path, as you were saying before, if you want to really reach the final goal, is to be here with our presence on the ground, to combat impunity without any kind of interpretation on that, to intensify all the reconciliation efforts, and to support all these actors that on the ground every day, they are genuinely work for the well-being of the people they aim to assist. We cannot accept any kind of room for ambiguity. There is an aggressor, Putin's regime, there is an aggressed and a victim, Ukrainian people. And it's a shame that even after 20 months, the beginning of this criminal invasion, there are still political leaders that in light of the flagrant human rights violation are still trying to question these facts, to hesitate to blame the perpetrator, the imperialistic vision and imperialistic goals of a handful of individuals in Moscow. I think that politics should serve as purpose and should reveal the truth and light the people as goal, as commitment. Equally distancing from the party in this case is simply horrifying. And it's time for everyone to take responsibility, because history will be the ultimate judge also of the commitment that we are showing or we are not showing today. Therefore, we need a comprehensive approach to support Ukraine. And the enlightened words that were preceding me were expressing that very clearly. Of course, that includes military aid that continue to be crucial, because otherwise we will not have a negotiation, we will not have a diplomatic perspective. We will just give the possibility to the aggressor, to the one who do not want to respect international law, to fulfill his goal, to try to subjugate his neighbor instead of living together with his neighbor. And we cannot, of course, allow this kind of logic, not to allow any kind of strategic grand design that will plunge again Europe in the catastrophe of the Second World War. But also, let me say that it's important to do not do a mistake. We should not equate Putin with the whole Russia. That's very important for me. Putin is an autocrat who over time has dismantled his society, has stifled all kind of dissent, has shown no respect for democracy and human rights, but still in the Russian civil society there are lots of brave activists, journalists, civil society organizations, ordinary citizens that are trying, despite all the difficulties, despite the repression, to raise their voice against this unwarranted war and the autocratic regime. And we have to support them, because those are the ones who can keep alive the perspective of a democratic, pluralistic European Russia. And we need that. We need to keep them as much protected, as much strong as possible. That's why we should try to engage exactly also with their help, with their support to empowering the well-deserved positive change in Russia, with, of course, as I said, the aim to build up a democratic society that will be committed to respect and advancing human rights and individual liberty. I have a lot of examples in my mind. Just one of the journalists, for example, Elena Milashina, that was tortured in Chechnya for their denouncing of the massive violation of human rights are happening in that part of Russia. But also, of course, I'm thinking about all the thousands of innocent people that are unjustly incarcerated since the conflict began. And the other vital objective of our mission, of course, is to keep the flame of reconciliation burning, the flame that finds expression through initiatives like the European Peace Corps. Why it's so important for us, why IMM wholeheartedly supports the perspective to establish the European Peace Corps. Armed resistance is necessary. Armed resistance is fundamental to repeal the aggression, but alone it cannot address the root causes of the conflict. It cannot pave the way for a lasting peace. The approach must be holistic, since it through this dedicated force of individuals who blend civil and cooperative dimensions that we can ensure the success of the diplomatic endeavors to foster a real reconciliation, a long-lasting one, free from the oppression of the tyrants. Of course, to make this, we need our commitment on the ground. We need to be witness, all of us. We have been in Bucha yesterday. And I think that what shocked me was not simply the massive amount of the human rights were in front of us. It was not simply the fact that history was repeating again, but was the banality of the evil. The sense that many cruelty has been done even without any kind of military purpose, just for the pleasure of cruelty. We have a duty on our shoulders, on each one of us, to come back, to mobilize consciousness, to raise awareness in our cities, in our countries, to push people to commit for these efforts of dialogue and mediation, but also to commit to ask justice and accountability. Yes. And just to approach and to end up, of course, we need that commitment, and we need to bring all the responsible in front of the International Criminal Court. As chair of Parliamentarians for Global Action in the European Parliament, that's what I ask. We sent many letters to the European Commission, to the High Representative Borrell, together with other colleagues, to ensure that Russia will be brought accountable, also in light of the aggression crime. At the same time, also, we are committing for the return of the kidnapped Ukrainian children. We are speaking about almost 20,000. They were forcibly and illegally deported to Russia, but they may be also 1,000 more. These children must be reunited with their family, must return to the country where they belong, must have the absolute right to live in safety, in peace, to shape their own future. And again, together with the NGO on the ground, like Orphans Feeding, that's what we are trying to aim, that's what we are trying to do. I think, and I'll end up on this concept, that we have to bear in mind a very important idea, the concept of the future generations. When we were answering to COVID pandemic, when we were answering to the climate change challenge, we used to give a name to our plan, Next Generation EU. Here we are speaking about to the next generation of Ukrainians that are also the next generation of EU. Let me be very clear on this. Ukraine will not join the EU. For me, Ukraine is already part of the EU. It's a core of the European family. And we need to think about the fact that their support is the support also to the European project. The two things cannot be separated. Accordingly, so to this vision, according to the fact that we will never accept to be Ukraine occupied or the periphery of the European project, nor of any other imperialistic approach, I once more reiterate my sentiments and my support to the Ukrainian people. I will tell you them that we will continue to be here. It's not the first time that me and Cam, it will not be the last one for none of us. We are there with your community. We are there beside you to the human rights, beside human rule of law, and you will always find people that will join your voice, will join your support together. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much, Fabio Massimo. Let us say that from now on, we will be also inside the European Parliament with our proposal of European Civil Corps, which now I give the floor to Ambassador Lamberto Zanier, who's speaking online. Are we ready to? I think there is nobody else in Europe who is capable of giving us an analysis, a SWOT analysis, of a general analysis of the experiences of missions that have been done in the 25 years. And so I'm going to take notes while he's speaking. I invite you to do the same, because this is really a learning kind of keynote speech. Now the word to Lamberto Zanier. Ambassador, to you. Thank you very much for being with us.
It is a pleasure to join you this morning for your conference. And I have to say, now as I watch the news and I see the extensive coverage of the tragic events in the Middle East, I'm glad that there are events like this that help us keep the Ukraine issue, the question of the war and the invasion, on the international agenda. I experienced this as I was dealing with the OSCE monitoring mission in Ukraine, in Donbass, in particular, that after a few years, the level of international attention was really going down. We were distracted, and the time when there were signs that Russia was preparing something new and the preparation for what would have been the invasion, the Europeans the Europeans, in my view, had a special responsibility. They were taken in a way out of step, and there wasn't really a political action towards Russia as intensive and as preemptive as there should have been at the time. So I think it is important, even more in this moment when there are other international factors on the agenda, to keep the eye on the ball and to keep talking about these issues. In my presentation today, I will divide it into two parts. First, I will share with you some stories, some episodes of things that I've seen and lessons learned in my activities related to peace operations. And then I will have a set of about 5 recommendations looking at the European Civil Peace Corps, recommendations that might come handy if you want to try to build an initiative in this direction. Now, on the first, well, first of all, I would like to say that I dealt extensively with Ukraine. It was very central to my career in my last 30 years. I worked in NATO in the 90s. I was dealing with nuclear issues, and of course, the famous or infamous Budapest Memorandum. And of course, also the conventional weapons. I was in Kiev then as director of Conflict Prevention Center of the OSCE in 2004 during the first Maidan, and I met lots of people, including then President Kuchma, to try to propose a postponement or a repeat of the elections, which was happening with a heavy monitoring by the OSCE, by the ODIHR, and by international community in general. And those elections, in fact, were repeated. And then that's when Yushchenko came up with this period of presidency. And then, of course, as I became Secretary General of the OSCE, Ukraine was high on my agenda, first of all, because in 2013, a key year for Ukraine and for what happened later, Ukraine had the chairmanship of the OSCE. So I used to come to Ukraine pretty often. I met with Yanukovych early on in the year. Yanukovych was telling me that he was really determined to pursue a Western agenda, European agenda, as he put it. And he asked me to intervene with the EU to try to facilitate this. What he was telling me is that we need flexibility. We need some kind of a progressive transition. We are very much linked with Russia at this moment. It's the gas, it's the industry, it's all sorts of things. We need to modernize the country, and we need Europe, so we need to come to the West, but it has to be a gradual process. In Brussels, there was little political attention to this. The chairmanship, which was Lithuania at the time, and that's because there was that's why the summit was in Vilnius at the end of the year. They were very firm and saying, we have made our choices, you should make the same. the Commission and Commissioner Füle at the time was saying there are no alternatives to the existing procedures, so the Ukrainians have to decide. It's either black or white. They want to be with us. These are the conditions. Ukraine struggled with this. They came under pressure from Yanukovych, came from pressure under President Putin, and the rest is history. And I remember in my travels, and by the way, I traveled quite a bit during that year and the following years, not only in Donbass and in the east, but also went twice to Crimea. Interestingly, once I went during this chairmanship of the OSCE to Artek, where the Ukrainians organized a youth camp, the importance of the youth, also from my side, I would like to underline, and there were lots of Western delegations. They were trying to also develop relations with the West and with the European Union, European countries via youth networks. And they took the OSCE as a model. There was an OSCE model conference. That's why I was there also to help them set it up. But then later I was again in Crimea in Livadia Palace in Yalta at a conference where Yanukovych was present, Grybauskaite was present. There was a hell of a debate about the European perspective of Ukraine. And that's where it started to become clear that this was a very difficult decision for Yanukovych, who was obviously under strong pressure from Putin, from Russia. And that led to his decision to postpone, and then Maidan and everything else. The rest is history. Now, moving on to the following year, Crimea happened, and that also took the international community rather unprepared. I myself had gone around trying to create or to propose the creation of a contact group, because I felt there was a need for a political initiative, which already Yanukovych and his people, including the then foreign minister, were very opposed to. And the Russians were unconvinced, the Americans were against. So it really didn't take speed as it should have been the case. And so the international community was once again left somehow without tools to intervene or to try to preempt or to prevent developments. What then happened after Crimea, with the European Union still thinking that they should take the lead, because they were in the lead the previous year in trying to work with Ukraine on the European perspective. They were thinking of deploying themselves a mission in Ukraine of some kind to support the country. But then there was an episode that made them reflect. The Ukrainians, when unrest started in the east, the Ukrainians they activated an OSCE mechanism to observe unusual military activities. And so a group of inspectors, they were high-level military officers mainly from Western countries and mainly from European Union countries, went to the east. When they reached Slavyansk, they were stopped by armed separatists, and they were taken hostage. And they stayed in their hands for about 10 days. And this was a major issue in military establishments in the West. This had never happened before. And they realized, because they realized, first of all, there was a very strong political narrative among these separatists in the East, who were talking of NATO as their enemy, which they found a surprise, these observers, NATO and the European Union. So in fact, the EU then realized that they didn't have, how can I say, that the conditions for them to deploy an operation also in those areas were not there. And this gave speed again to the OSCE. So what we did, in fact, we set up the monitoring mission, the OSCE monitoring mission, including all OSCE countries, including the Russians. And by the way, the discussion with the Russians was very difficult because the Russians were very demanding. And in fact, I myself had to put a number of limitations. First of all, no Russian contingent, that there would be Russian monitors operating within multinational teams and having to present reports together, the reports written together with others, coming mostly from Western countries. Secondly, the number, I remember telling Lavrov personally that the number could not exceed in any way the quota of Russian contribution to the OSCE budget, which was about 7%. So it should stay below that level. And that in the end worked, and this helped also the mission operate in these difficult areas, because it was truly representing the whole European community. It didn't entirely protect us because we also had hostages there, and in fact, even a Russian monitor was taken hostage along with some others, and we had to intervene at all levels, including in Moscow, to try to find channels to have them freed. But this is one of the lessons learned when you talk about peace operations, that they need to be inclusive, and you need to have a clear consent of the parties that control the territory where the mission operates. And this becomes particularly difficult when this control is done by forces that are not internationally recognized. In any case, this mission was useful because it provided transparency, and it kept the issue very much for a long time on the agenda of the international community. So I think when we talk about assistance to Ukraine, that's when really things started changing. Of course, the Russian invasion, I have to confess, I myself never expected the Russians to go as far as that, even though I always thought and I always believed that the Russian presence in the East, Crimea was perhaps a different set of reasons. But the East was not about, or not so much about control of that region, but it was one way to try to influence and exert pressure on Ukraine as such, in terms of the future of Ukraine, the future geopolitical positioning of Ukraine. In any case, this war, in my view, was a colossal miscalculation by President Putin. It's a lose-lose for everybody. Will have very long-lasting repercussions. And I have to say, I fully agree with some of the points that we made on the things that need doing when the time comes, in terms of court, in terms of justice, in terms of repairs and all that, reparations and all that. And certainly for my part, I can only stand on the side of the principles of safeguarding the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. Now, these are some lessons from our story in Ukraine. But I was also head of a mission, a UN mission in Kosovo, where the relation with the EU was very different. In Kosovo, in fact, it was the opposite. I was head of a UN operation, which I felt was running out of steam. And the EU was the organization that really had leverage with all the sides. With Serbia, the Kosovars wanted some kind of European perspective for themselves. So I really worked, and I had a very long, lasted at least 6 months, negotiation with Belgrade and with Pristina to try to identify proper conditions for the deployment of a European Union operation, which was called ULEX, covering the whole rule of law area, which would have been deployed under Resolution 1244, which was governing the international presence in the region. And that worked in the end. And then the EU took over, and then the EU took the lead also in the political processes over time. It still remains complex, but I'm still convinced that that was the right thing to do. And I'm still convinced that the EU there plays a particularly important role in trying to facilitate at the end of the day a solution when the conditions are there for the solution to be found. Now, I mentioned a number of recommendations that I have to put forward, about 5 of them, when it comes to operations on the ground. The first, as you may have gathered from my description of the mission of the OSCE, is inclusivity, because all relevant actors should give consent, if not even participate. And I think it's important to focus a little bit on the European Union. If the European Union or European Union countries, through whichever initiative, and the Peace Corps can be one of these, want to operate to promote peace, if they do it inside the European Union, then automatically they would have the consent, the legitimacy, and the conditions for them to operate. If they want to operate outside the bounds, the territory of the European Union, of the states of the European Union, then they become an external international actor, as if you were Americans, or as if you were a group of countries from another place. So when you operate outside the European Union, you need, first of all, to try to get the consent or get the legitimacy that allows you to act. Otherwise, you will only work with your friends, and you will not be able to operate or to influence those who may oppose them. And if you operate in divided countries, then you may be forced to take sides, and that will defeat the purpose of trying to be a force that brings together the side, a force that facilitates negotiation and facilitates finding solutions. So this leads to the next point, which is a need for a clear objective. So there has to be a strategy. What is the aim of this? What do we want to achieve? And there should be some kind of a mandate. It's important for any operation on the ground to have a clear mandate, keeping in mind this issue of need for legitimacy, and keeping in mind the need that this mandate should be approved by all relevant sides in a crisis situation. And then I think linked to this is the question of the timing, when to do it. And I think Ukraine is a good example of that, because now my feeling it is very difficult to think of a presence of the ground. It seems to me that both sides are still too focused on the military engagement, and the Russians want to solidify the territorial gains. Ukraine very rightly wants to reverse the situation on the ground, and wants, if and when there will be a negotiation, the negotiation should be from a position of force, not from a position of weakness. So it is well understood that this is not the right moment for an operation that would be of a stabilizing nature and would help overcome the consequences of a war which is not over. This is very unfortunate. I'm being realistic here. This is not necessarily what I would like to see, but one has realistically to take stock of what is the situation on the ground. And this also doesn't mean that there are no spaces for initiatives in various areas. Food security has been mentioned. There's the question of the nuclear power station and the role of the atomic agency there, that could be supplemented by other initiatives to strengthen the effectiveness of that operation. And then, of course, all the activities of assistance to the people and the displaced people and humanitarian activities and all that. There is a lot that the international community can do, short of a proper mission with the kind of a peace profile in a way. Now, fourth point, Going back to the mandate, an operation on the ground should include a very broad set of built-in functions. It's not only a matter of focusing on the security side, but really looking at the humanitarian side, at all the building blocks of a post-conflict reconciliation process. I remember when I was High Commissioner National Minorities, even then I visited Ukraine lots of times, and I went to many places from Zaporizhia down to Kherson in the east to Kharkiv, etc. And I was looking at the components of policies that contribute to building an integrated society. Ukraine is a very diverse country. You have minorities, some are more politicized than others. Some, unfortunately, the conflict and even the beginning of the conflict saw a very strong polarization. Unfortunately, what I saw from the beginning of the war in the East was a massive propaganda effort from the Russian Federation to really divide people and to maximize the fact that there was a big debate in Ukraine on the future of the Russian language, which is very, very sensitive. And I was even called to the Security Council to report on questions of language. And I remember telling the Security Council that Ukraine has every right to decide what is the state language, and as it has determined that the state language is Ukrainian language, then everybody should learn and speak the Ukrainian language. But there should be a tolerance for the use of the mother tongues of people who feel that the Ukrainian language is not the language that they were speaking when they were born, in a way. So there has to be a transition that will last over time, with making sure that in all schools people learn the Ukrainian language, but without forcing things too much, because otherwise this can be exploited against the country. So these are examples of processes. And I remember discussing this, and I've heard the deputy speaker talking about, or no, it was the chairman of the League of Municipalities talking about the Hromadas and the reform, the territorial reform. Even those need to take into account this diversity and maximize. Diversity, as I say, can be a very strong plus of the society. Diverse society is richer and can become more productive if you maximize the potential of differences. So a mission needs to build in also these elements and help countries overcome some of the potential internal divisions. So you need trained people, you need the right experts for this. You need also strong media strategy, communicating very clearly what the mandate is, and also informing people about what is being done and what should be done are key elements. And then one final point is the key principles and values that inevitably a mission brings with it. So a European initiative, and again looking at the Civil Peace Corps, can become an important vehicle to export key principles and values that are central to the European Union, democratic principles and the role of democratic institutions. All this has to be done, however, keeping a good and having a good understanding of what is the history, culture, the societal features of the country where you operate. You can't simply transplant things from one environment into another without taking into account the specificities of the country where you operate, and also the diversity, having women, having youth playing an important role. I think is key to relate to all elements of the society. So initiatives should be based about exactly on this. And the advantage, and I conclude on this, the advantage of a mission that is not formally an intergovernmental initiative, is that also you can be a bit more free to play with it, to mix these different events, bringing in the experience. We heard the mayors saying we as municipalities have strong experiences, and you can build those in the activities of into the activities of the mission, and this also will give you the freedom of going beyond the rather strict funding procedures of international operations, or formal international operations, where you need to have the contributions by the countries, and where you have big discussions on who is giving what, and you can also expand the area of those who contribute, incorporating additional expertise and additional good practices. So in fact, a flexible tool that, if deployed in a wise manner, can really have very strong added value. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Zanier, for being with us. We would like to have written your speech, because we would like to read it also later and think about it, and together with the other speeches that are in the convention. So thank you very much for your speech. Hopla. I have all the card. And now we are a little bit late. So I think I'm going to give immediately, let me see what time is it, because at 12 we have, okay, we have time. At 12 we have a break of 20 minutes. So before 12 we can give now the floor to Paolo Bergamaschi. Where is Paolo? Yes. And he's a former political advisor of the European Parliament, in the European Parliament, at the European Parliament, and he's going to speak about European Civil Corps, because he's one of the writers of the first proposal together with Alex Langer.
Thanks a lot, Marianella, and special thanks to Marianella, because if this event is taking place today, is mainly thanks to Marianella. On behalf of the MIN, but to Marianella. So without her, this thing couldn't take place. So thanks for the invitation. Yes, I have to go fast because we are running late, as she pointed out. So I go directly to the questions that were put in front of you by the first speakers. First of all, I want to let us start from an assumption, that is, the EU is not a hard security provider. That means you cannot expect from the EU things that the EU cannot deliver, because these are things that are not in the treaty. You cannot expect a military intervention from the European Union. This is not in the logic, in the nature, and in the treaties of the European Union. Secondly, the reputation of the EU on the international stage is soft power. That means that soft power is the brand of the EU. And since soft power is the specialty of the House for the EU must learn from previous and past experiences and improve the effectiveness of its soft power in enhancing the relevant capabilities. The European Civil Peace Corps could be one of these instruments, a further instrument to be included in its toolbox for civilian conflict management. This is the magic word. I mean, this is the specialty of the EU, civilian crisis management. Now, Marinella, you remember when we were in April in the European Parliament together with Angelo and with Riccardo, we went to Strasbourg to present a bit what we were planning to do in Kiev, and we are doing now. and we spoke with many members of the European Parliament, and then we ended up with, I drafted a written question which was tabled by 22 members of the European Parliament, including Fabio Castaldo, the former Vice President of the European Parliament, and we tried to condense, bring together all the requests that we are putting forward to all the people today. And we had a chance, we came across Borrell at that time, and we had a chat, an exchange of views with Borrell, and I put the question to Borrell, Mr. Borrell, as High Representative, how many people in Europe know what the EU is doing as to civilian crisis management? How many people in Europe, and I'm talking about Europe, in reality we have to speak about 27 different public opinions, because there is no European public opinion. This is the limit of the European Union. So how many people know in Europe about the 37 common security and defense missions launched by the EU as regards conflict management in all the parts of Europe? Just put a question, any question. Almost no one knows about that. There is a lack of visibility of what the EU is doing all over Europe, all over the world. There is an absolute lack of visibility. But then it's important for the EU to make it visible, but to explain a bit what the EU is doing. There is a big gap, a big, enormous gap. That's why, I mean, we are doing our best to make the EU know to make people know what the EU is doing. We are doing our best, but I mean, if the EU is not trying hard to do it, then it's very difficult for us as well. Now I go back to the specific issue, for example. In '95, there was a man whose name was Alexander Langer. He was an intellectual, the leader of the eco-pacifist movement in Europe, and he was, at that time, he was dealing hard with the destruction in a corner of Europe in former Yugoslavia. At that time, you remember, '95, the Bosnia War, but right after the Kosovo War, but before there was the fight with Slovenia, the secession of Slovenia, the independence of Slovenia, Croatia as well, the Krajina, you probably remember. A corner of Europe was totally destroyed. At that time, there was an enormous movement coming from the European civil society, especially from Italy. All the municipalities in Italy were engaged, were committed to help, to assist, to bring aid to those populations that were affected ravaged by war at that time. And it was very important that there were a lot of relations and contacts that were developed at that time. And those contacts are still existing now, because those municipalities from Italy and from Bosnia are still working together on specific projects. So, I mean, this is post-conflict. Mr. Zanier was talking about post-conflict. And these are things that can be extra-institutional, done by civil society, outside the institution, NGO, spontaneous groups that are doing this. So the idea was, wait a moment, there is a time when fight stops. But even before, there is a time where conflict can be prevented, can be preempted. There are actions that must be taken. There is an analysis that must be developed little by little. And this is what Alex Lander was thinking. And I go back to his original proposal. And he was saying in the beginning, he was saying, the potential role that civilians can play in preventing and managing conflict is still largely underestimated. And this is something which has to change. Government and international institutions send their observers and diplomats to conflict areas, while humanitarian and pacifist NGOs attempt, often in difficult circumstances, to re-establish or establish dialogue, coexistence, and trust within and between communities, which are both split and violent. Once the fighting is over, those NGOs try to help with the reconstruction, both in terms of material and human values, by checking the arrangements made and the initiatives taken towards reconciliation. This is a word that's often missing in the peace processes. And then he goes on in outlining these proposals in a rather detailed way through speaking about the organization, the tasks, the professionalism, the training, national and international, the gender balance in these actions and so on, and the voluntary work, reaching some conclusions that he was proposing at that time to the international community. Unfortunately, Alex Langer left us in '95. I tried to delve into what he was proposing at that time. I drafted a recommendation in the European Parliament. I was one of those working in the backstage of the European Parliament, of course, drafting all the documents for the members. Recommendation which was signed by a Swedish member of the European Parliament, which recently died, Per Gahrton. And this recommendation on the establishment of European Civil Peace Corps was adopted in '99, calling for pilot projects and for studies of feasibility study of a European Civil Peace Corps. 3 years after, there was another resolution on conflict prevention, very important. And let me I have to run quickly, sorry, but let me read what was adopted by the European Parliament at that time. Sì, un momento, sto girando la pagina, un momento. So, recommendation of '99, it says, the sole reliance on the traditional resources associated with political, diplomatic, or military strategies is inadequate for conflict prevention. And there is a need for a comprehensive peace-building approach involving humanitarian aid, development cooperation, trade, and foreign and security policies, restoration and maintenance of the internal legal order, the creation of recreation of administrative structures, inter-ethnic dialogue, and other approaches in conflict settlement. And then he goes on, this resolution adopted by the European Parliament stating that reiterates the necessity, this is the European Parliament speaking, reiterates the necessity of establishment in the framework of the Commission's rapid reaction mechanism, a European Civil Peace Corps whose task would be to coordinate at a European level the training and deployment of civilian specialists to carry out practical peacemaking measures such as arbitration, mediation, distribution of non-partisan information, de-traumatization and confidence building between the warring parties, humanitarian aid, reintegration, rehabilitation, reconstruction, education, and monitoring and improving the human rights situation, including human rights and accompaniment measures. And then it goes on and explains a bit the whole concept. Now, right after, or at the same time, 2003, so 20 years ago, the EU launches the first CSDP mission in Bosnia, 1st January. It was a police mission at that time. And after that, 36 more missions have been launched by the EU. These were institutional missions. We are talking of something that it's balanced between the institutional and non-institutional approach, governmental and non-governmental approach. I mean, we came here, we are very many people coming from Italy. We are all peace activists, very committed to peace. We are all people that are willing to work for peace outside the institutions. We are willing to complement what the institutions are doing. Of course, what we are asking here today is that, is there the possibility to draw upon the expertise of the European Union in civilian crisis management, to bring it together in a coherent, credible, effective, and visible concept? This is the question. We are asking, yes, there is the possibility. So let me conclude briefly just a moment. So the point of the situation. I don't want to take away time to my former boss, Viola von Kramon, who's coming after me. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So after 30 years, almost 30 years have passed since Alexander Langer launched the project of the European Civil Peace Corps. Many things, meanwhile, have changed, starting from the size, the role, and ambition of the EU or on the international stage. Over the year, the EU has equipped itself with the means, resources, and mechanisms to intervene in crisis areas, not least the creation with the Lisbon Treaty of a diplomatic corps in the European External Action Service. The potential of deploying civilian forces in the various phases of a crisis, however, remains largely unexplored. It should be stressed that the EU civilian missions cover and carry out many of the tasks indicated by Alexander Langer in his document, even if they focus above all on 4 priorities: police, administration of justice, civilian administration, and civil protection, and humanitarian aid. So there is a lot to work. I mean, we can do a coherent proposal and to present it to the European institutions with the help of our Ukrainian friends. I say to our Ukrainian friends, we come from a country, Italy, and we are here. And I was here also in 2013. I came to Ukraine many times. I was here at the very first moments when the revolution of dignity started. Even when the political forces were not demonstrating at that time. I was there with the students in Maidan Square at the end of November in 2013. And at that time, those students were there in Maidan Square under the rain, in the cold. I mean, for me, Italian, it was cold at that time. Maybe for a Ukrainian, it was not so cold. But they were there screaming, Europe, Europe, Europe. They were calling us. They were calling us. And we came here to listen to the Ukrainians, to learn from the Ukrainians what they are doing. This is very important. And we come from a country where, if you listen to our talk shows, most of the people there have never been to Ukraine, and they want to teach the Ukrainians how to act in such a situation, what to do in such a situation, and like things like this. This is, I think it doesn't make sense. We are here to listen, to express our empathy, to solidarity, then to help. And we are here to start a dialogue, to go on with the dialogue, in order, because when the war ends, and I hope with the victory of Ukraine, at least when we try to start the peace process, that we can go on in order, because the final end of the whole story is that to make a dream true, that Ukraine becomes a full member of our European community.
Thank you very much, Paolo, for what you said and for how you said it, both things. Now is Viola ready? Viola von Kramon is a member of the European Parliament, of the German Greens, and very active in the Committee of Relationship between Ukrainian Parliament and European Parliament. So I'm waiting for Viola online. I mean, the people, what we heard already and what we are going to hear after the break, because after Viola we are going to have the break, is that we need to find out the way to have an authority in Europe, which is third, that is very difficult, okay? This must be free to act without any veto, political veto, Otherwise, it doesn't work. So the first thing is this authority must be third. And some people are going to talk about this even later. The second is you must have the capability, the training to deal in a very difficult conflicting situations. So you need the training, you need to learn the difference between debate and dialogue and construction, inclusive construction of projects. And the third is money. These missions need a lot of money because the people there must have the money to implement the projects. While now you only pay the people who go there as operator, which is absolutely very, very little, no? You need to say to the people, we may build a new future together, which is different from war. And you must have the money to do this. No? So three things: authority, capability, and money, and financial skills. Is Viola there?
Yes, hello.
Wow, Viola,
Hello, good morning.
It is a word to you, a plot to you. Bye.
Okay, sorry for being a bit late. I have just returned from Armenia and I had to speak to one of our German diplomats to explain what our foreign minister is going to say and present maybe when she goes to Armenia on Thursday this week. Thanks a lot for having me. It's so great. I don't see you all, but I saw last night the picture which Paolo has sent to me. It's really, really impressive. And it's so good to know that so many people from different cities from Italy came to Ukraine to help our Ukrainian friends, to make sure they don't feel alone. They feel supported. They know they have friends all over Europe and not just in the Baltics or in Poland or in Germany, but also in Italy. Italy is a crucial partner for all of us, and it's so good that you went together to Ukraine. Ukraine is in an extremely difficult situation, not just military-wise, but also human-wise, and you have probably spoken to a lot of partners already, and you have heard their tragic stories, but also what it means for the society, what it means for local communities, what it means for infrastructure, for kids, for schools, for everything. I went to the front line this summer. I spent a week during my summer break in Ukraine. We went to Kramatorsk, Slaviansk, near Bakhmut, Isium and Kharkiv, other cities like this, spoken to a lot of civilians, to some military soldiers and so on. And we have seen their faces and the exhausted bodies and minds. And it's so important that we come. And as you have said before, we have to organize the long-term assistance and the financial support, so the Ukrainians are aware they will survive and they get the financial means they need. I was the shadow rapporteur for the Ukraine facility, which we have now negotiated and which we debate tomorrow on Monday in the European Parliament and then vote on, I think, on Tuesday or on Wednesday this week. And here we hopefully can also agree with the Council, the European Council, that we will give altogether 50 billion to Ukraine, of course, mainly at the moment for budget support for the time being as the war goes on, but also on reconstruction. And reconstruction, here you come into the game, because we need local actors, we need partners, we need for the Ukrainian cities and municipalities twins to make sure that it's not just only governed and steered by the government in Kiev. It's not just a central duty, but it is also being accompanied or seconded by the decentralized structures. And I think that many of us have been local councillors, have been active in our local communities in very different environments. And we probably know best what it means, for example, to reconstruct a school, a contemporary school. But in Ukraine, you have to, you have to take into account, you need shelters, you need different facilities. As I said, I returned from Armenia. I've been to Armenia, to the now new border to Azerbaijan. And even there, people to start to build shelters, bunkers. That makes me so sad. That is so difficult to digest and to understand. And the reality is really terrible. But the important thing is, and that was also striking in Armenia as well, that people never give up. People are encouraged to fight, to stay resilient, to do their thing, to organize their countries, to help those who are in need, not just the most vulnerable, but all of them who came. And the same is true for Ukraine as well. Every time I came to Ukraine, I had some difficult moments, and then the Ukrainian partners, people from the Rada, my colleagues, politicians, they hug me and they say, "Don't worry, Viola, we will win. Together with you, we're going to make it." And that is what I understood. The Ukrainian society is extremely resilient. And the new generation, they know what they want. They want to return. They want to live in a peaceful country, in a modern country, in a country which looks to the future, which has infrastructure, climate neutral, sustainable. And that is one of the many topics where the European Union, where member states, where local communities can and will help. And here I might stop. I don't see you, but I hope you are still there. Thanks a lot for having me. And hopefully you have a great time, good exchange with the partners on the ground. And you will see some success stories. Maybe you come back in a few months during winter time or after winter. But it is so crucial that you show your solidarity and that you're present, that you not just donate the money and not just transfer money, but you're also with your personal and your technical knowledge, be a partner to our Ukrainian friends. Thanks a lot. And hopefully next time I'm going to make it together with you to Ukraine.
Okay. And now we have the break. From 20 minutes, there is coffee there, you can chat, you can eat something, but in 20 minutes we must be here because we are late, and we have the speeches of Ambassador Pesco and Magistrate Kessler and all the others. So please be on time. Thank you very much. No, detto le cose belle, è stato bello, tutti gli effetti. floor, poor Ambassador Pesco, should have at least a few people listening. I'm sorry, but we must start. So you can bring your coffee inside if you want. Tell them that they can bring the coffee and cakes inside. Chi? Ah. Il provenzano non è quello lì con
aspettando che lui prima c'era lui a questo
non sai che fa vedere?
Viola Fontamon.
No, Viola l'abbiamo fatta passare prima. Quindi adesso abbiamo lui e Provenzano. Provenzano dopo che?
È 11:40, sì, lo vedete adesso.
Adesso perché?
Andiamo avanti.
Sì, così.
Continui su scaletta?
Ha detto che va via alle 11:30.
Sì.
Va bene, no? Si parla adesso. Okay. I'm sorry, but we are going to start. I understand it, but I don't. We can sit down? Okay. Listen, I have your. So Ambassador Pesco is currently special representative of OSCE project coordinator in OSCE and project coordinator in Ukraine. Okay, that's all right. He has been in charge of the prevention of conflict of OSCE, which is very nice wording, prevention of conflict. Then now, the difference between the wording and the doing is a little bit dramatic. And okay, I think we can start. And later I will ask to the Ukrainian members of the Ukrainian parliament to stand up at least to say hello to them. Okay, listen.
Thank you very much, Ansklavi. Good afternoon, everybody. I thank you very much for this invitation to have the opportunity to meet with you and to represent the OSCE, Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, here at this event. I would start with a clear message. Ukraine now is in the focus of European security. Ukraine is defending itself from the Russian aggression. Ukraine is defending European values. Ukraine is defending democracy, is defending democratic institutions. And in fact, Ukraine today embodies what the OSCE has been standing for many years. As it was said before about the European Union, that the European Union is not hard security organization, OSCE is not a hard security organization. The whole concept of the OSCE, and maybe those who have more years would remember, in the mid-70s, where we were on the edge of global war between West and Communist East, led by the Soviet Union, because of the accumulation of military and defense forces, because of the lack of dialogue, because of the risk of escalation, of potential misinterpretation of conflicts on the line of contact between the East and West. So in the mid-70s, people realized that we couldn't go like that because we are facing Third World War. And it were people like Brezhnev, Husak, Ceausescu, and Ford and others who signed Helsinki Final Act in 1975. And we are going to commemorate it in less than 2 years from now. So What has failed? Has the OSCE failed? Or have we failed to implement this vision? A vision which would be based on not only military blocs, not only militarization and defense capacities, but which will be based on shared values, shared commitments, shared responsibility for European and global security. And this is how the OSCE before the CSCE has been created. From the deep bloc division into some sort of a, I would say, perception or glimpse of hope in the beginning of 90s. I don't have to explain to Italians, how important that time was the visit of President of that time, Dubček, in Bologna University, when we really saw the vision of united Europe, of Europe united around common principles, common values, shared responsibility. So Nuncio was talking about that we have failed. Yes, I fully agree with him. But we have failed perhaps in the implementing of this vision. The whole OSCE has been built up around creating a common ground, common European security space, including with Russia, including with Central Asian countries, including with Belarus. Where we have failed to integrate Russia into the democratic world. We have failed to really create good governance, rule of law, respect for views, respect for civil societies, free media, free institutions in Russia and also other post-Soviet countries. And what we are facing today, in fact, we are facing revival of these autocratic regimes, which are based, of course, on strong ideology, on polarized political environment. And I don't have to explain what the autocrats are using today, but clearly we have seen that Russia has been moving from this attempts to become more democratic country back to this autocratic sort of way of governance. And this approach has been also based about the expansion, about the I would say, imperialistic ambitions. And this is where they have seen Ukraine as a country which has decided to go its own free way, to decide for its own free security arrangements, to build up its own European democracy as a danger. As Lamberto was saying, that it was not about the territory on Donbass only. It was about the way of governance in Ukraine. It was about the risks that Ukraine would show also to Russians and to Russia, that democracy can work and can bring for people their expectations. So today, of course, it would be premature to start discussing how I would see the future of European security. First of all, today is about, first of all, our obligation to continue supporting Ukraine and Ukrainian people, humanitarily, economically, financially, but also militarily. Whatever we say, but governments continue to play a role in deciding about the future peace or lack of it. It's a political decision whether to invade a country or withdraw your armies from that country which is invaded. It's not about the civil society, it's not about the democratic institution, it's really about the government, the leadership of the respective country. And then in that environment, when Ukraine is under the aggression, where we see that there are thousands of killed and wounded on a daily basis, I think it's our not only moral obligation, but it's also in our own interests to protecting future of European democracy that we continue to support Ukraine. And here, I would say, we already see today some risks of decline support by our governments, by our population. And here, where I see the role of organization like yours, very important. Because of course, it needs to come from the grassroots. politicians need to feel that people are supporting that. I don't know how the future of European security would look. In fact, it will be defined how this war will end up and how this would create an environment for political discussions and of the future. And this is what the OSCE has been trying to do, and as Lamberto explained, through our field presences here, through the special monitoring mission in Donbass, always trying to support, to create a political environment, or create a more secure environment and predictable environment for political discussions and possible movement on ceasefire and resolution of the conflicts. But the Russians decided not to use it. Russians simply never wanted to achieve a peace. Their objective has been different. Their objective was to, in a way, annihilate Ukraine and to ensure that Ukraine would not go its own way. And this is why we had also seen the further escalation. So, as I said, I don't know how this would basically look in the future. First of all, we need to focus now on the military support, but also thinking about the future as well. However, it needs to be rooted in the principles our security is based in. I don't need to repeat the basic principles of European security. Of course, it's the territorial integrity, sovereignty, peaceful settlement of disputes, respect for human rights and minority rights, respect for sovereignty and so forth. So this is where I think it will be defined also the future of Europe. Maybe it will be in the form again of the OSCE, or we will reinvent the OSCE. I would argue there is no need for that, because OSCE is not only principles, we have institutions in place. We have field operations, we have ODIHR, for instance, in terms of monitoring elections, we have High Commission on Minorities, and we still have structures for dialogue, which is missing today, and for taking joint decisions. And this is where we can also continue keep Russians accountable for their war crimes and violations of international principles of international law. So I think it's also in our interest to support the continuity of the OSCE in the future. Although it's not very easy, because of course there is a consensual principle, and today we have difficulties to agree on anything in the OSCE. And if you ask me if we would be able to function next year, I hope that yes, but I cannot guarantee for 100%. By the way, tomorrow there is a visit of the current chairman in office, North Macedonian Foreign Minister Bujar Osmani, here in Kiev. He is coming to demonstrate the solidarity and support and continued engagement with Ukraine by the OSCE. Even my presence here is the demonstration of that support. And we were able to find a way how to continue our support in Ukraine despite Russian veto. So we don't have now a full-fledged mission. We can't have it because we don't have a mandate, but we are operating through the Secretariat, working on various numbers of projects, focusing on strengthening the resilience of Ukraine, focusing on strengthening its ability to cope with the consequences of the war, for instance, demining, small arms and light weapons, but also focusing on issues which support the reforms in Ukraine, fighting corruption, judicial reform. So this is where OSCE continues to be useful, helping these countries to move on. So I would perhaps stop here. What I would like to say is, today it's difficult to discuss the future of European architecture, but we should not give up about the vision we had in the 70s, which is the inclusive and integrated European security. It will be a difficult one because we have now clear aggressor who is on the line of contact now with Ukraine, and this aggressor will be there also when we will be getting closer to the ceasefire. So we will have to find a way how to combine our defense and military capabilities and deterrence capabilities in making sure that Russians would not represent a danger for future escalation of conflicts and waging of war, also not only in Ukraine, but also in Europe as such. It's very difficult, but there is no other way just to engage and through the political intergovernmental discussions, and even for organizations like Peace Corps. You know, I fully agree with what was said here about the role of the grassroots engagement, transformation justice, working with local religion, and also for education of people, and basically helping people to prepare themselves to live in peace after the conflict. But we need to get to the peace first. And this is where we need to get through engagement, including with our enemies. There is no other way, and help, you know, to create this environment for peace engagement. Thank you. Thank you.
I thank you very, very much, Ambassador Marcel Pesco. Actually, he said something that I feel is very, very important. He said that even if there is a Russian veto, OSCE here in Ukraine is supporting the Ukrainian fight. That means that the architecture of OSCE is changing, that the veto are not more as effective as they used to be. And everything, a lot of things in the emergency are changing. And we are here to think what must be reinventing, in a way, OSCE, no? In a more effective way, and to have a new, more effective architecture, which already there are very good things in the OSCE when it was thought in 1975, and also craftsmanship on the ground to create, know how to create common ground and common. So thank you very much. I think it is very important to your witness of the situation in Ukraine. And now I give the floor to Giovanni Kessler. Is here? I saw him. Here it is. Well, he's one of the main authorities about the fight against corruption in Europe, and also about, he was an observer in some of the ocean missions, no? So he's going to talk about this experience and give us some advice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marianella. Good afternoon to everybody. I want to start here, even if we are short of time, but with a statement of recognition that if we are here free to discuss today on Civil Peace Corps or on peace, is because March last year, the people of Kiev, workers, students, housewives, retired persons, teachers, took up arms to defend their city, to defend their right to live in peace and to exist as a community free and independent. We have to repeat this to be very well aware of this. And if we are here today, free to discuss and to meet in an international meeting such what we are doing in these days, is because today, at the border, in some regions of Ukraine, the defenders in arms are trying to drive back the invaders, are defending the existence of this country, also at the cost of their lives. And they do it with arms. So we have the armed forces that allow even us to be here today, and to Ukraine to resist. And at the same time, they defend their country, and as it has been said very rightly, and we have to be aware and to express the awareness that they are defending democratic values, but actually our democratic society, our democratic Europe at the same time. So we are aware, and we have been even reminded yesterday, you might remember, that Ukrainians need arms, they need weapons as much as they need our prayers today. Having said so, one could say, so what about civil peace corps? Why are we talking about this in this situation? And actually, it's because we have with the same non-ideological, reality-based approach that we have by recognizing that to get peace, you sometimes need to take up arms to defend and to have peace. The same approach, non-ideological approach, we are also aware that defending peace, preventing war, enforcing peace, managing crisis post-conflict situation requires a multitude of instruments. The toolbox of peace builders, actually, the toolbox of peace builders, of the diplomats, of the political responsible, must be full of instruments to be used at the right, appropriate instrument to be used at the appropriate moment. If your only tool is a hammer, you will see nails everywhere, and you will see only nails, actually. And that can be a problem, actually. And then you don't do anything good. So there come the Civil Peace Corps, a flexible, easy to use, precious but not costly, or not so costly as the military instrument, definitely much less costly than the military instrument, which can't miss in our toolbox of peace builders. And which can be also, if the situation will come, we could be also very useful or necessary in post-invasion or post-war Ukraine. OEC certainly has the largest experience in this kind of civil peace mission, much more than the European Union. Actually, the civil mission of the European Union are rarely real peace missions. They are focused on police building, or they are rather sectorial. And I had the occasion back in 98, 99, so many years ago, to be part of the management of one of the largest, if not the largest, civil mission of the OECE in Kosovo, in pre-war Kosovo, the Kosovo verification mission, which had the mandate to verify the compliance of Serbian and Yugoslavian forces with the ceasefire, to freeze the situation, the conflict situation, the skirmish guerrilla situation on the ground, and to gain time for the negotiations which were taking place near Paris at that time in Rambouillet. Actually, mission didn't last much because the negotiation failed, not the mission. The mission, in my view, was successful because managed to sterilize, to freeze the conflict situation on the ground and to give time for the negotiation to start. But we don't do the history of the missions here now. I am not much, but just some experience-based, say, lessons or takeaways. We already had very good insights, lessons from Ambassador Zanier and Mr. Pesco, who are the most experienced and wise people in the room. But I want to just to stress some few points, some takeaways. First of all, it worked because of the mandate. Look at the name. I'm asking also Ambassador Pesco if I'm not wrong. It was the only mission which was not called observation mission, monitoring mission, verification mission. Names matter, we know. So what was verification? Verification was much more incisive, at least in the intention and in the mandate, as just simple observation or monitoring. It meant, at least in the mandate, at least on paper, that the mission verifiers could enter any police station. They could check the position of military units. They could go in the courtrooms and following the trials or the way that the prisoners or in the prisons, in the courtrooms, were so the convicted person or the prisoners were treated. There were no closed doors in Kosovo for the verifiers, for the members of the mission. No secret could have been opposed to them. So more than just observing. And then, of course, reporting to the stakeholders, to the institutions, and to the public opinions. So everything was to be brought to light. And that's fundamental role, I think, of the Civil Peace Corps or the Civil Peace Missions, establishing the truth, which is a quite compelling and daring task, but is absolutely necessary. Wars, lives of lies. Wars, the conflicts are fed by lies. We see this in Ukraine, but not only here, but in Ukraine now, very, very clear. Of the wars begins often in the lack of knowledge, by the manipulation of public opinions. That's something which is part of the war, actually. And civil corps or civil mission, civil peace mission can have a paramount role in preventing this, in making this not possible by establishing the truth, by being authoritative sources of information for not only for the public decisors, for the diplomats, for the institutions, but also for the people, for the public opinion. Preventing by this way conflicts and war. By verifying, by looking at the things on the ground and in an incisive way, in a deep way, you at the same time have an effective role of protection of the rights of the people who live in this territory. The deterrence effect of verifiers, of authoritative, skilled, we talk about the skills in a minute, skilled, authoritative verifiers on the ground, it's a deterrent for you don't. The goal is not to verify and to find the evidence of torture or of injustice or annihilation of human rights in a territory, but to prevent them by your presence, by your unannounced right to enter any police office, for instance. And another important function of this mission was the KVM mission, but of the peace mission in general should be and it has been for the KVM, the verification of, let's say, military positions, if there are armies on the ground, as they were in Kosovo, and of the violent acts. A missile has been exploded and has killed where did it come from? We are not in a war, but there can be these kind of events, or a killing of civilians, and each one is accusing the others. If you are your people there on the ground, you can, if not prevent, but you can ensure, or trying to ensure, the attribution of responsibilities. Again, it's establishing the truth and at the same time deterring others to do so undetected or without responsibility. Yes, there are maybe the international courts after 2 years, but if you don't have the people on the ground, if you don't have the investigators on the ground, the experts on the ground who can go immediately to secure evidence and to make the first investigations, it's very difficult years after that each possible violence act will be attributed. And so those who want to do this, they can do it rather counting on impunity. So, and finally, it has been interesting for KVM, maybe it was not exactly in the mandate, but a bit of a tactic which had been used to prevent, not a war, but let's say skirmishes. There was guerrilla at that time, local KVM, no, pardon, Kosovo Liberation Army shooting at passing by, Serbian police or Serbian military units. And when the leadership of the mission thought it was rather easy to predict that the day after Serbian forces would attack the village where some shooting has come to the Serbian forces as a retaliation, the leadership of the mission adopted, and sometimes they take the tactic or the technique of saturation of this area, saturation of the area of a tiny village, by putting there how many possible, we call them pumpkins, the orange cars, orange vehicles of the KVM. So by saturating by the members of the mission, the verifiers of the mission, a specific area, and this prevented the skirmishes certainly you don't prevent an aggression war, an invasion, but you prevent the situation to escalate. That's what I called freezing the situation on a territory, which also saves lives. So it all contributes to peace. So what are then, take away from this mission, the skills required by the members of the mission? Who do you need in these missions? Of course, I'll be just partial in my reconstruction. You need all what has been already said and all what you know. But I want to stress the need of a specific skills. Maybe is the professional who is in me, who is now speaking, but is also on the basis of the experience of the KVM. You need investigators. You need prosecutors. Who better than a policeman can enter another police station because they know where they hide the prisoners, they know how they could torture the persons. You know how to interview or interrogate a person. You know the rights of the person if you are a prosecutor. You know the tricks that they are used not to do so. So you need these kind of skilled people. And I don't want to scandalize anybody. You need military people. Actually, which is in the tradition of the OEC. You need military experts. If a missile arrives, I don't understand, and kills or a mortar shooting comes. If I go there, I don't understand. If a military expert goes there, he understands. If you go there quickly on the spot, not after 2 years, when the Den Haag court investigators might arrive, but they understand where it comes from, which type of weapon is it, and you can at least attribute the responsibilities. You can shed light on it. It is absolutely important. And if I want to see and to understand whether military units are moving from one place to another place, you need military experts. You need this kind of expertise. You don't need, actually I would say, you don't want armed military. They don't need to be armed, and they are not armed in these missions to do this. But you need the expertise, and you do not want, and you don't need military in ranks, so who report to their commandant and so on. You need military experts who are soldiers in their countries, who act, as it has been just said also by, I think, Ambassador Zanier, act as members of the mission and report to the head of mission and work together with all the other members of the mission. Few words at the end on the organization which is needed. Again, if I have to draw from the experience of KVM, as I said, one of the largest missions organized by the OEC, and possibly has ever been organized, at least at that time, by the international community. It was meant to be up to 2,000 international members, plus the local members, which were as many as such, on a relatively small territory. But it took ages to be set up, the positions to be filled, because at least at that time it worked with the system of secondment by the member states. So the selection and also the selection and the recruitment of the members of the mission was up to the they are not called member states, but to the countries, to the single, participating. It's my deformation of EU member states, or participating member states. This is not effective. So, I mean, what we would need, now I'm talking for the European Union, because we are talking here to reinforce, actually to fill up the empty toolbox of the European Union, which is about to have one tool, which is the military corps. Fine. But as we have said, you do not want to have only one hammer in your toolbox. So what is needed? Certainly we do not, I mean, my view, you do not want a civil corps sitting in their headquarters or in their barracks permanently ready to go like the military units. Military units are like this, permanent, dedicated staff, training and sitting somewhere in barracks waiting to be deployed. Not at all. That's not effective, it's not needed. And at the opposite, you do not want to recruit, select people every single mission, every time as a new. What is needed, in my view, is something that we have. I make an example in my region where I come from, in northern Italy. It's an old tradition, actually, which comes from Austrian-Hungarian Empire. We have the firefighters, the permanent firefighters, everybody has, but they are in the big cities. If you wait for them to come in your village when there is a fire, you are lost. So we have, that's the tradition we have, the volunteer firefighters. They are farmers, they are artisans, they are workers, students who are recruited, selected, recruited, trained on a permanent basis to fight fire. But they are doing their job all the time, and they scramble when there is an alarm, and they act as a firefighting on the moment. But they have already been selected, trained, and they are ready to do so. We need something like this, the European Union. You need certainly a central body structure, the headquarters, who deal for all the European Union of the organization, the selection. They ensure the common, consistent standards of the volunteer members of Peace Corps mission. It cannot be all up to the member states, and then you have differences of qualities and no consistencies, and maybe even no impartiality. So a central body which makes sure that the machine is working, and then in the member state you have doing their own job as policemen, as also civil society activists, expert of humanitarian law, expert in reconciliations, who are already selected, who have their common standards actually in the different member states. So you make sure that they, and who are ready to be used according to the specific needs of a mission. Not all civil missions are the same. They are each, so we have said we want a full toolbox, a flexible instrument, so each mission is different according to the time, to the situation, to the mandate, and to the needs. And so you need different members, possible members, different volunteers of this corps, but which are part of a very important, needed instrument, not as fighters, but I would say war fighters, Peace Corps members, which we want the European Union to have. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow. Listen, we are going to end this meeting by asking to each of you to name one person that should be one of the three wise persons who are going to work to write together with the committee, larger committee, for a proposal of law of European Civil Corps. And I think my own opinion is that Kessler should be one of the wise ones because his speech was so precise in a lot of indication of what should be there in Europe to have a real, and also I think it was very important to show that in Kosovo, where he was as an observer, by the way, he's an objector, of a military objector, do you call, how do you say, obiettore di coscienza? Conscience objector, yes. So you must keep in mind that this person who was just talked is a conscience objector. He doesn't want to use arms. And it is very important, this. Now, anyway, how to fill the empty toolbox for security in Europe. This is exactly why we are here. And we have to work in the next months to put together this proposal, these ideas. And before leaving, I'm going to ask you, each one, it is a sociocratic kind of approach, it's been used in Europe in many situations, to say, the name that I want to be there is this. And I already voted now, my own vote is this. And now I'm ready to give the word and the floor to the Italian parliamentary person who is going to speak for us.
Thank you, Marinella. I agree with your proposal about Kessler. Thank you all. Yeah. And thanks to Min. Life needs chances, and your invitation was the chance for me to be here in Ukraine. It's a duty to be here for 2 days of dialogue between people of faith and non-believer. I can say the importance as a politician to participate at meetings, listening and learning, giving a meaning to the events, and growing together in awareness. As Partito Democratico's international secretary, it's also a special duty to express our full solidarity to the Ukrainian people and our total support for your struggle. Not just as myself, but on behalf of my political community. Our stance on this war remains the one we have taken since the very first day of the criminal invasion by Putin. There was only one choice to make, and we made it: humanitarian and also military aid to Kiev, sanctions against Russia, and the prospect of a path to a just peace. We don't have to be afraid to say this word, peace, because peace does not mean leave the Ukrainian to themselves and wash our hands of it. Peace, first of all, it means Russia go home. Peace is the very first desire of every Ukrainian citizen. We heard it this day. Peace means happiness and freedom, not a capitulation to violence, oppression, and a culture of death. Not considering this, it means to forget the dignity of Ukrainian fight and their resistance that Kessler has just remembered. It means to forget the value of international law, of human rights, of life. To be more clear, a just peace will be defined on the terms that the Ukrainian people will choose. And it's true, the future of Europe passes through Kiev. From here today, we must remember it to the whole world, while public opinions are becoming more and more indifferent to sorrow and pain. This war must not become a forgotten conflict. Today's horror news is taking us elsewhere, to Nagorno-Karabakh, for example, nowadays to the blood in Middle East spilled by Hamas and its terroristic and unprecedented attacks against Israel. And Israel must defend itself while respecting international and humanitarian law, because we need strength to fight terror, but to fight, we need politics too. We cannot stand watching newborns being killed, mass murders of civilians. A humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza is not only a violation of international law, it's a political mistake too. It will not bring justice, but only more violence and destruction, while the conflict can explode also in other parts of the region. Well, it's time to relaunch the political solution of two people, two states, I think. And while all this happens, we cannot let Europe forget Ukraine. That's important. And thanks you all who works here, who comes here, who lives here and cannot forget. This war goes on, even it's no more on newspaper covers. Today we are here in Kiev, in the midst of the imperialist war. Remember once again that our Europe, the one for which Ukrainians are fighting too, is the Europe of democracy and human rights, of the primacy of international law, of international organization, and of civil coexistence. We stand with Ukraine for this, not for some geopolitical analysis or a formal membership in a military alliance. For this, I want to say that from here we have to call to release all children everywhere, in Gaza, in Russia, everywhere, because lives matter. And for this, we stand with Ukraine, for this idea of Europe that we must be defended. Also, even in arms, as Alex Langer himself said, referring to another European drama that was Bosnia, the siege of Sarajevo. A true pacifist like him said that weapons can be used when the line of human rights is crossed, when the risk of crimes against humanity becomes concrete, in Srebrenica as in Bucha. But Alex Langer was also able, even in the midst of terror and violence, to see beyond, understanding where history was going and how history could go on. And an example of this was properly his proposal of European Civil Peace Corps, which remained guiltily stuck in the European Parliament for too many years and has now become dramatically relevant once more. And to talk about democracy and human rights, if we really want to build peace, we must also not turn the other way, even in the face of our contradiction. A disease has swept through Western democracies. For decades, some political forces, from Trump to Bolsonaro, from Viktor Orban to the Italian right in Europe as well, have looked at Vladimir Putin's Russia, at that repressive, racist and authoritarian political system as a model to look up to and even to envy. Looking outside our window, watching the world, we must be frank among us. The torch of the French Revolution is being extinguished around the world. Our task, however, is to keep the torch high, liberté, égalité, fraternité, and don't forget this last word, fraternité, a word so cared by a pope that chose to call himself Francesco. We must remember it. There is only one way to do this: strengthening the supranational international institutions that defend democracy and international law. Ukraine, in this sense, is a symbol. Putin, like all dictators, cannot accept having a place nearby where rights exist and are defended, where there is freedom of expression, where newspapers are not censored. Therefore, building the European integration of Ukraine into our union will be an historical challenge which we must all overcome together. And talking about Europe, I want to repeat that we must never be afraid to talk about peace, even when it seems most impossible and paradoxical, even when the conflict rages and the pain becomes insurmountable. That's why we watched with great interest the mission of Cardinal Matteo Zuppi, keeping a window on peace always open. And we Europeans, as a great man of the institution that I also want to remember here, David Sassoli said, in building our common home in the Union, we were able to find the antidote to decades of war between brothers and sisters. David was a man of dialogue and well aware of the risk posed by Putin's regime. He was declared persona non grata by Moscow years before the Russian army invaded Ukraine, when the West was still doing business with Putin and his oligarchic entourage. The proposal we are discussing today is crucial because it adds another useful tool to the peace toolbox. Because governments make peace, but only people may give it real, true life. The European Civil Peace Corps could represent a new phase of the European Union, civil volunteering capable of staying in and alongside the conflict zone, of preventing war violence, and building humanitarian and tolerance bridges that are necessary in darkest phases of the battle, but even more fundamental when we will have to rebuild. It's a proposal, I want to say, that we make ours. Starting from the next European elections campaign, we will bring it to the Socialists and Democrats Congress in the hopes that all political families will do the same. It's a tool, let me be clear, to accompany the institution of a true common European defense, a tool which will be even more useful once the war is over, because it will be. Today, of course, Kiev defense is a priority. Giving in to Putin's arrogance, to his violent approach, would mean giving up our values, what we built after the drama of Second World War. But it's on the material and moral reconstruction of tomorrow's Ukraine that our generation will be judged by history. And it's also through the European Civil Peace Corps, an idea we are relaunching together with the Ukrainian civil society, that we must try to make Ukraine's reconstruction a model for tomorrow's Europe. Tomorrow's Europe also depends on tomorrow's Ukraine. To concluding, you, together with the heroic, the Ukrainian people, try to build them every day. Politics' duty is to be here and do its part to the fullest. Thanks, therefore, to each of you for being here. Thanks to those who went to leave. Thanks to Angelo Moretti for his tireless organization, and thanks above all to our Ukrainian guests who every day remind us of the values for which it's right to fight. I want just to say, long life Europe, Slava Ukraini.
It's here? Yeah, now it works. Okay, we have only three persons who are going to speak, and the Ukrainian parliamentary Vadim is going to make the conclusions. So, It's now online. Okay, I'll give the word to Giovanni Scott. General, okay, that's okay. So now we are going to listen to this professor of Florence, a professor of conflict transformation, who's been very busy in European Peace Corps and so on, which is Giovanni Scotto, because he's online from Florence. Then we have Aziz. Is Aziz here? There you are. Welcome. Then he's going to talk. Okay, and then Alona also is sick. She's going to talk online. And then we have the conclusions. And while listening to Giuseppe Provenzano, who just spoke for the Italian Parliament, Foreign Commission, I was reminded of a proposal that as a man we are working on, is that of a human chain of mothers and kids, a European human chain to ask for the end of all wars and to proclaim the stupidity of war. Your war is a stupid stuff, and the masters of war are stupid people. So we must say that. And if kids and mother, in a big chain, European chain, do say this, I think it will count. So we must work on it. It is very difficult, we know, but that is an idea that we've been talking about our friends in Ukraine already, and also some people around in Europe, and we are going to do it. We must do something like that. So now the word to Giovanni Scott, who is having this kind of a proposal. No, Giovanni.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
We don't see you, but we hear.
Yes,
we don't see you, but we hear your voice.
As usual, technology gives some surprises, so it's always worked. I will take just a few minutes. First of all, thank you very much, Marianella, Angelo, and all the colleagues and friends who have talked so far. I don't want to take a lot of time. I think Aliona Horova deserves a lot of time and attention more than myself. But I wanted to share with you a couple of ideas of how to advance the possibility of international civilian presence in the Ukrainian situation, but also maybe in other situations. So what I would like to present is the following reflection. If we are looking at the history of the last 25 or 30 years, we see that the first organizations who have created civilian peace intervention in conflicts were NGOs, international non-governmental organizations. Later on, and this we have already heard by Giovanni Kessler and Ambassador Zanier, international organizations came. I'm sorry, can you still hear me?
We can, yes, we can hear you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So we have the story of international civilian presence in countries in conflict, both from NGO and from international organizations. The proposal today is to ask the European Union to set up an instrument of civilian presence. I would like to propose and to start a conversation on the fact that states can, on their own, in a quite easy way, start this type of work of international civilian presence with by adopting a tool which is already which has a long tradition in diplomacy, and the tool is honorary consuls. A few weeks ago, a new honorary consul for Italy, a Ukrainian gentleman, has been nominated to Odessa. So my proposal is to take this tool and to adapt it to this idea of civilian presence in conflict, and so to ask EU member states, each of the 27 EU member states could start this, to nominate a new sort of honorary peace consuls, meaning personalities, maybe Ukrainian personalities or people from the European Union, with experience, with skill, with know-how, in order to foster basic European values, to foster a culture of human rights, and especially what will be important in these next weeks and months, when other cities will be liberated in the process of the Ukraine resistance and defense, to encourage forms of transitional justice. I think Aliona will speak a little bit about this concept. I think European states could already adopt this instrument and, well, let's say in a relatively easy way, have skilled civilian personnel in order to encourage human rights monitoring and transitional justice in different Ukrainian cities. And I think it could be even interesting to already nominate these type of persons for cities in occupied territories by Russia, in order to prepare the infrastructure for a transition from war to peace in this very moment, not waiting for the actual liberation, but adopting these tools right now, and then having everything ready at the moment when it can be used. I put a full stop here. I thank you very much, Marinelle and colleagues, for hospitality, and I would be glad to support in whatever way I can future work of man at this European level. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Giovanni, to you. Actually, your proposal, it goes along with the proposal that Kaiser just said about the fact that it should be a verification and not only monitoring kind of mission on the ground, because what you are talking about is people who do a verification kind of job in all over the places we are in danger of escalation. No? So that is a very interesting kind of idea of having a lot of people who are trained to do this in all the places in danger of escalation. And now I want to give the floor to Aziz Demirzaev of the Forum Ziviler Friedendienst. Is that right? Do I pronounce right? Which is a very important kind of organization, because it is one branch of the Peace Service, Peace Corps, German Peace Corps, which were born in 1996, I think. No? And they were the first important experience in Europe of Alex Langer proposal. No? So they were this, which had support by the government. So it was, and so they have a long experience, and they can give us advice to do something which works. And his talk, speech now, we have only 10 minutes because, you know, it will be lessons from the field, from this German very important experience that is here in Ukraine since 1917. No, 2017, excuse me. Aziz, thank you for coming.
Okay. Yes, thank you all for gathering here today. As I was represented, I am project manager of the Forum ZFD program in Ukraine, and we work in Ukraine from 2017. And Forum ZFD is a big German organization that works in the sphere of conflict resolution, peace work, and we have offices in 10 different countries, and usually we work in post-conflict states. But in Ukraine, conflict started in 2014, and it was mainly on the east of the country, and we decided to start to open program in Ukraine in 2017. And we started to focus on the grassroots level, on the cooperation with local civil society, and we have 2 offices in Kiev and Odessa. We have dozens of the projects, but I will try to be precise and explain like the main ones. For example, we had a project called War Childhood Museum, and it was idea was borrowed from the partners in Bosnia. We gathered stories from the children who had war childhood experience on the Donbas region, and gathered some objects that they gifted. And we had different exhibitions, mainly in Ukraine, to attract attention of the state authorities, of the broader society for the challenges that they face, for need of psychological support, and etc. And after full-scale Russian invasion in 2022, we continued this work, but also we started to focus more on the providing different side events during our exhibitions to provide psychological support to the kids, to their parents, to teach them how they can adapt to this situation, how they can help to themselves and to their kids. And also we started broader advocacy work in Europe. We had exhibitions in Romania, in Czech Republic, in Brussels, in European Parliament. We try to adapt our project to current reality. Also, another project that we had on grassroots level that we have currently, in Odessa region, we had 3 local communities, and we decided to create dialogue initiative groups, this body on the local level where local authorities, self-governments, and local activists, religious leaders, civil society can gather together to resolve different local issues and challenges. And after full-scale invasion, it showed that it is efficient instrument for work on the local level, because these dialogue initiative groups, they started to be very active to help to the vulnerable people during the war, also to host IDPs from the occupied and frontline territories. We also have another projects related to art therapy and playback theater and etc. But also now we are currently trying to reflect together with our partners in Ukraine how we can work in future, because we have several challenges now in Ukrainian society that related to transitional justice on liberated territories, also on reintegration of the refugees who will return from the Europe, and IDPs who now live in hosting communities and probably will never return to the cities that not exist anymore because of the war. Here is also many layers of potential civil conflicts that we are trying to work. And as the main learning points or conclusions from our experience in the field, I can name 2 main. First, it's it is very efficient and good in the different civil peace projects to combine Ukrainian experience that we have in Ukraine, because a lot of NGOs in Ukraine worked 3 years with different civil peace initiatives, and also international European experience. For example, it can be related to the culture of remembrance and memory work. And also, second conclusion, that we can work now and should work now, not waiting like when it will be post-conflict country, because the job we are doing now is very important. Last week, for example, I met with our Bosnian colleagues, and one of them shared interesting observation that now in Ukraine we have a lot of projects supporting psychological resilience of the Ukrainians and working with trauma. And in Bosnia they had no opportunity to do this. And only after the war, after 20 years, they started to think about this. And this led to the generational trauma that passes, from parents to the children. And in Ukraine, we have opportunity by initiating such projects to avoid such bad results, and also to help to the society to pass faster from the war trauma and to avoid different psychological problems. And it's very important that we have such conferences like this now, and we can gather together and reflect what we can do now, and how we can support these civil peace initiatives. That's why I'm very happy to be here today, and thank you to all for attention.
I will stay here for a while until the end. Thank you very much. Okay, so we have, I guess, the last before the conclusions. It is Alona Orova. She was supposed to be here, but she is sick, and so she's going to talk online. She's of the Institute for Peace and Common Ground. They've been working in many places in Ukraine with a lot of local administrations, local civil society organizations, on approach of restorative justice, mediation in criminal cases, school mediation, integration, all these things. Dealing with trauma, dealing with all the capabilities of dealing with all the different traumas which are there now are precious, and all of us should know something how to help people create a new life after disaster and violence. And so is Alova there now? Can we hear?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello.
Yes,
Welcome.
hello. Hello, thank you. Thank you very much. I hope that, first of all, good day, buona giornata tutti. Good day to ladies and gentlemen. I hope that translation is available. Just let me know if I can switch to Ukrainian.
There is a translation.
Okay, so I prepared
simultaneous translation.
Great. So I prepared my presentation in English, just to be sure that the main idea will be on place. I believe that my presentation should be shorter if I use Ukrainian language to speak. So. Перш за все, я хочу подякувати, оскільки є присутній великий італійський слід в цій конференції, я хочу подякувати Італії і моїм італійським друзям, які надали мені свою підтримку, коли ми з дитиною евакуювалися з Києва в березні 22-го року. І я мала прихисток для себе і можливість вчитися для моєї дитини і якби виходити з тієї травми, в якій вона опинилася. Дуже за це вдячна Італії. Отож, я представляю організацію, яка називається Інститут миру і порозуміння, і, власне кажучи, на початку своєї презентації я хочу зауважити дві основні тези, про які, власне, щойно говорив Азіз, але я хочу на них ще наголосити. Перше, це те, що Україна, українське суспільство, ми не можемо чекати з мирними ініціативами, поки закінчиться війна. Чому? Тому що ми в стані війни з 2014 року, і направду і, на жаль, якби ми не бачимо того часу, коли війна вже закінчиться. Звісно, ми сподіваємось, але це може тривати ще якийсь час, і ми не можемо чекати, поки закінчиться війна, і тільки після того розпочинати мирну діяльність або там діяльність з розбудови миру. І друга, я сподіваюся, що для наших колег іноземців це якби приємна буде така інформація. Насправді в Україні є досить потужна і сильна мережа професіоналів, спеціалістів, які працюють з розбудовою миру. Є медіатори, є фасилітатори діалогів, є люди, які працюють з травмою, є люди, які працюють в гуманітарній сфері, але вони обізнані з миротворчістю і миробудівними процесами. Тому, власне, той заклик, про який говорив Азіз, і не тільки, про поєднання зусилля місцевих партнерів і міжнародної спільноти, очевидно, є найкращою відповіддю на тривалу і абсолютно нічим не спровоковану агресію Російської Федерації. Тут якби представлені на цьому слайді якась базова інформація про те, хто ми є, який інститут я представляю. Основне це про те, що ми маємо 25 років досвіду і працюємо в сфері вирішення конфліктів, прийняття рішень, залучаються в ці процеси всіх, хто є важливим в цьому процесі. Про виклики, які принесло нам повномасштабне вторгнення, це безумовно виклики в форматі стосовно безпеки, це посилення поляризації в суспільстві і на основі цього радикалізації, так? І це складність з тим, щоб використовувати звичайні механізми розбудови миру, такі поширені. Да? Треба шукати дуже інновативні підходи. Війна триває, збройний конфлікт тривалий, протистояння дуже тривале. Відповідно, якби мають бути відповіді на, власне, цю ситуацію, враховуючи питання і безпеки, і того, яким чином, власне, просувається конфлікт. Як ми бачимо свою місію як Інституту миру і порозуміння наразі? Ми спрямовуємо свої зусилля для того, щоб посилювати, власне, згуртованість і довіру в наших громадах українських. Ми для цього використовуємо діалогові підходи, тобто різноманітні діалогові практики, це і медіації, і фасилітації, і конференції, для того, щоб ця тканина соціальна міцнішала. Чому? Тому що, як показав досвід, власне, згуртованість наших громад дає можливість виживати і бути стійким цілому українському суспільстві і сподіватися на той результат, до якого ми всі прагнемо, і про який теж сьогодні багато говорили, це, власне кажучи, про мир. Тобто ми працюємо на те, щоб стабілізувати наші громади, посилити їхню стійкість, що в майбутньому сприятиме миру. Ми маємо великий проєкт, в тому числі і за підтримки ЗІФТ. Це Peace School, мирна школа, і це, власне кажучи, зусилля спрямовані на попередження якраз радикалізації і посилення згуртованості в освітньому середовищі, саме серед молоді, серед дітей, педагогів, ну і батьків так само ми включаємо. Це є напрямок, який називається Inclusive Recovery, і це от ті діалогові ініціативні групи, це методологія, яку ми розробили для того, щоб включати в процеси прийняття рішень на рівні громади різні групи людей для того, щоб ці рішення були життєздатними і для того, щоб попередити можливі конфлікти, які можуть бути навколо прийняття рішень. І це так само перехідне правосуддя. Ми взяли на себе місію відповідати за саме не юридичну частину перехідного правосуддя. Тобто те, що не покривають юристи. 3 ключові принципи, які ми вважаємо, просто мусять бути в усій роботі, спрямованій на розбудову миру в нашій країні. Це, перш за все, будувати місцевий, розбудовувати місцеву спроможність, місцевий потенціал. Друге, це про те, що ми маємо спиратись на локальні ресурси і на локальний контекст. Знову ж таки, з метою упередження негативних явищ, розломів, розбіжностей в громадах, треба застосовувати оцей конфлікт-чутливий, конфлікт-сенситив, підхід, власне кажучи, враховувати всі ризики, які є на рівні громади. І так само, знову ж таки, те, про що говорили вже декілька разів, жоден досвід не може бути взятий і перенесений в якусь країну. Неважливо, чи то Україна, чи то, не знаю, Філіппіни, чи Ізраїль, чи неважливо, яка країна. Кожен досвід має бути адаптований, і це є принципово важливо. Дуже коротко. Ще раз повернусь до тих напрямків. Власне, коли ми говоримо про людиноорієнтоване перехідне правосуддя, та всі знають про частину юридичну, досить добру, там про репарації і так далі, ці всі юридичні механізми пошуку винного там і все решта. Про що ми говоримо? Ми говоримо про процеси конфлікт-чутливої меморалізації. Це те, чим займаються діалогові ініціативні групи, в тому числі і інші інструменти, які ми використовуємо для того, щоб меморалізація не сприяла появі розломів і розбіжностей в українському суспільстві, а навпаки об'єднувала і зміцнювала наші громади і наше суспільство загалом. І так само це є фокус по роботі з колабораціонізмом, це надзвичайно складне питання, яке не може бути вирішено виключно юридичним шляхом, оскільки це питання стосується, власне кажучи, зв'язків і стосунків в громадах, і тому тут потрібні якраз ті практики, які допоможуть відновлювати, і я навіть скажу більше, зцілювати громади, які були під окупацією, які були деокуповані і так далі. Inclusive recovery, тобто залучене відновлення, так? Про що ми говоримо? Ми говоримо про те, що процеси відновлення громад не мають концентруватись виключно на відбудові. Ми повинні говорити про відновлення, в тому числі і зв'язків, людей, стосунків, бо це зцілення. І так само відновлення або відбудова мають відбуватися у конфлікт-чутливий підхід, щоб не провокувати нові конфлікти, протиріччя в громадах, а навпаки спрямовувати їх. І тут я маю сказати важливу річ про те, що на сьогоднішній день, власне, українські органи самоврядування, муніципалітети в більшості своїй розуміють важливість залучення громадян в процеси прийняття рішень, зокрема і щодо відбудови. І, власне кажучи, те, про що я згадала, це робота в школах для того, щоб посилювати згуртованість в школах. Школа – це перша інституція, яка зазвичай відновлюється в громадах. І ми зараз маємо величезний виклик, працюючи з тими громадами, які знаходяться в еміграції, тобто вони виїхали з своїх окупованих громад. І я маю сказати, що, власне, в системі освіти отаких шкіл, які виїхали на неокуповані території, їх маса є. І вони якби проводять навчання, займаються наданням освітніх послуг, але в евакуації. І працюючи з ними, я прям відчуваю, наскільки боляче їм і наскільки вони відчувають оту потребу якимось чином врегульовувати своє життя, коли їхні громади будуть деокуповані. Є маса питань стосовно тих вчителів, наприклад, які залишилися в окупації, які виїхали за кордон, які, тобто, настільки багато червоних ліній або будь-яких, неважливо, ліній, це настільки має бути конфлікт-чутливий підхід, що для того, щоб ці школи, на рівні шкіл відбувалося це об'єднання, що просто навіть там страшно уявити. Але це треба робити, тому що інакше, якби, це перше, що допомагає відбудовувати громаду. Запит до Civilian Peace Corps, те, як ми з колегами в інституті його побачили. Дуже важливо, щоб міжнародна спільнота займалась, власне, збором, аналізом досвіду з роботи, власне кажучи, з пісбілдингом і мирними ініціативами. І, власне кажучи, на стиці, на межі досвіду і кращих практик важливо створювати те поле, де локальні гравці, неважливо, говоримо про Україну чи про іншу якусь країну, могли випрацьовувати свої підходи, потім пілотувати і адаптувати її до своїх реальностей. Це наша команда на найвищому рівні. І, власне кажучи, на цьому я дуже дякую за увагу і за можливість зробити презентацію. Буду дуже вдячна.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alona. Thank you also for the slides. Thank you. Actually, all the sociological studies say that during a fight, during a war, the two fighters become one similar to the other. So the danger is that the two parts become one specular to the other because of hate and revenge. Hate and revenge grow in both fields, and the two fighters continue to fight, but they are always more similar. No? That is what happens. And what Alona is doing is trying to avoid this. What you should do to avoid. And what we are talking with our friends in Ukraine, but all over the world, I think, is that the biggest revenge is not to be similar to the enemy. So as far as you are more in favor of dialogue, democracy, respect for the people who are different from you, and more you are fighting against the enemy. So that is very important what Alona is doing, and all other people in the same. So now we are at the end of our today's meeting, and Federica Honori is sick, so she's not here. And I think it is time to ask to Vadim Alaichuk, where is he? Here you are, to give you the floor to say the last word about it, and at the same time, I ask to all of you to stay here and to try to think of one person that you heard during the whole convention of today that you think should be one of the three wise persons who are going to deal with the committee for the proposal. Then they are going to work. Of course, there will be at least 8 people. And they must be more diverse. There must be Ukrainian, European parliamentary, all the people. But, okay, excuse me. So, while he's speaking, you listen to him, but also try to think a name of a person that you want to be one of the three, because at the end we are going to say, these are the three wise ones who are going to work, and then later we are going to tell to all of you, through email, to all the other ways, how things are going on. So, Vadim,
Mariana, thank you. Thank you very much. And this is what I want to start with, thanking everyone present here for taking the time, making the effort, coming here to see with your own eyes what Russian aggression is like, to take the time and make the effort to think how to make it impossible, at least for a foreseeable future, for these atrocities to repeat themselves, how to fix it, and how to help the Ukrainian people to fight this war, to achieve the victory, and build new architecture, new security for the European continent and for the whole world. Since it seems like this war, this conflict has overgrown itself, and it's not just Ukraine-Russia war, it's not even a European war anymore. We see how more and more global players are being involved into this, and thus the need to discuss what lays ahead of us and what sort of involvement from politicians, from civil activists, from governments all over the world is necessary now in order to make the world a more secure place again. Very briefly about the sort of the state of play for Ukraine's integration into the European Union. As those of you who follow the process know very well that now we are working hard on achieving the next stage in our relationships with the European Union. As a candidate country, Ukraine is now awaiting and actively working on approaching this new stage, start of negotiations about Ukraine joining the European Union, the so-called accession negotiations. This new wave of accession, and we're not the only country, there are Balkan countries, there's Moldova, also a candidate country, awaiting report from the European Commission, which supposedly will be coming at the end of this month, which will provide certain recommendations for the European Council to act upon, which we hope in Ukraine's situation would be recommendation to open up accession negotiations. Very, very important stage which will bring us closer to this major goal of Ukraine joining the EU. The challenges that lay ahead of Ukraine and some other candidate states are huge. Ukraine is working hard on internal reforms. We are now finalizing the tasks, the recommendations that we had from the European Commission when we received the candidate status, the so-called 7 recommendations, and soon they will all be completed. We also undergoing the self-screening process where we analyze where we are in terms of approximation of bringing Ukraine's legislation to closer to the European legislation. But it's not the only challenge. The huge challenge is that the European Union itself is also undergoing or now discussing reforms, internal reforms. This is the big challenge for all of us, since European Union has to be capable of accepting this new wave of new countries joining the European Union. And I think this is of course, very challenging time, but very good time for opportunities and achieving very ambitious goals. One of those is creating the Peace Corps that we're discussing today. The idea has been around for almost 20 years, as we have learned today. And I'm sure that this is the right time to raise the idea again. Because, as I said, huge changes are happening all over the world. Big changes awaiting the European continent, the European Union as the union itself, which, in the words of one of my colleagues in the European Parliament, European Union is a economic giant, but sort of your global midget in terms of political influence. And the reason for that we discussed, but I think part of the problem there is that there was no ambition on part of the European Union. It's changed. With the war in Ukraine, with Russian aggression, we have seen how very slow, sometimes not so efficient European democracy transformed itself. Decisions were being made fast. Ukraine received the necessary assistance and continues to receive. Of course, there are challenges there, the issues, but it's changed. And we see the potential for that change to continue. Therefore, again, initiatives such as the one we are discussing today is very timely. Ukraine has a lot of potential and a lot of experience in arranging for very active participation of citizens in pretty much all levels of life in Ukraine. Ukrainian volunteers have been helping in the front lines, internally, in hospitals, in economic front, in diplomacy. We had very effective and efficient diplomatic campaigns, advocacy campaigns all throughout the world, where Ukrainian society played a huge role in delivering the message and getting the decisions that we needed in order for us here in Ukraine to continue. I don't want to, parliamentarians are not famous for giving short speeches, but I'm gonna cut myself short because I know very important work lays ahead. We need to agree on how we continue. So I'm just gonna finalize by assuring you that we, and here I represent Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, the parliament. I'm also a co-chair of the Parliamentary Association Committee. It's the committee responsible for communications with the European Parliament to do everything necessary for this issue to be on the agenda of both Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine and the European Parliament. And I'm grateful to my colleagues, parliamentarians from Italy, parliamentarians from the European Parliament, joining us here and helping us to produce that result, putting this issue on the agenda, using the campaign that is pretty much started in the European Union for the new European elections, and doing everything possible that this issue is one of major importance, becomes the issue in the upcoming European campaign, European elections. I wish everyone good luck. I wish everyone success in achieving the goals, very ambitious goals that we discussed today. And again, I assure you of full cooperation from Ukrainian Parliament, and I'm sure if we had other Ukrainian authorities here, they would definitely agree. Certainly the self-government, the representatives of different cities, of different associations of local self-government who are here today and who have been very active in the recent initiatives to build very strong ties, cross-border cooperation, for inter-regional cooperation. They bringing the new twist to this project. So again, thank you all. I'm grateful for the invitation, for the possibility to speak here, and let's move on with this beautiful goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we have here 3 representatives of the MEAN organization that are going to say goodbye to all of you and to say arrivederci in Italian. But before, I would like you to vote for the 3 wise people. So try to think, Vadim is one of them, also the one who did the conclusions. one possible, I mean. Remember that we are going to be more than 3. They are going more than 3. So it is possible then all the 8 people will be the people who will be here or others, we will see. The people who are the best stakeholder for a proposal in the European Parliament. No? So if you have a name of a person that you heard that you would like to be part of the most responsible one, please come on and tell me the name if you want, otherwise you don't, but the people who talk are going to decide. What is? Do you have a proposal of a Ukrainian proposal, one of the 3, one person?
Well, like I said, I would be happy to join such a distinctive group. So if that's, I will be happy to. Yes, and my colleagues who are no longer present here, but they instructed me to do so.
Thank you very much. Oh, here we have one. Yes. Oh, yeah, the Socratic method works like that. It is very strange. It is not the usual, but it is. It works very well because it helps to choose the people we trust to do a difficult job, a very complex job. So let us go ahead. Do you have a name?
For me, the speech of Paolo Bergamaschi was very impressive, and also I think from a young people point of view was really inspiring.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, go ahead. Somebody else?
But I have more than 3. Just only one. It's difficult. Really difficult. Alona Horova. Alona Horova. But I would like to add another, because many more were interested.
She does a very important job, actually, yes. Somebody? You need somebody to...
We have no time, unfortunately.
Да, якщо говорити про Україну, я б також рекомендував би Сергія Чернова, який очолював, тричі очолював Харківську обласну раду, і Харків якраз постійно в зоні конфліктів, тому Сергій Чернов. Sorry, Сергій Чернов, who three part was the head of Kharkiv Oblast Council.
Yes, thanks very much. Oh, then you see, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, and okay, now.
Io non so esattamente, I don't know exactly how you're going to proceed after this, but we are running out, we are already out of time. So I would ask the 4 speakers of MEAN to come up with some proposals after this meeting, because it's going to be difficult. Now we have seen that there are 2 or 3 proposals from Ukraine, which are fine for me. It's very good. Probably there are more people willing to work on this, but for me, one of the most interesting speeches that I've heard is by Giovanni Kessler, that I would like to have him in, because it's important to have this institutional approach of a person who worked inside the institutions and knows very well all the mechanisms. We have to strike a balance between institutional and non-institutional actors, because this is the idea of a civil peace corps. We have to strike a balance between the Italian counterpart and the Ukrainian counterpart, and we have to strike a balance all together on gender, women and men. So you have to make sure that all these three criteria are brought in all together. So for me, of course, Marianella, you are indispensable because you are the one who organized the whole thing, and you must go on with you must coordinate all the follow-up of this event. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense, really. Without you, this thing cannot stand. So you have to go on, and you have to coordinate all the rest. And then, for example, if I have to choose a person, I'm saying there are the people of Min.
Unfortunately, we need to leave this. I'm sorry.
You represent Min, but for example,
yes, we need to leave this hall.
There are 60 people who are here representing Italian civil society, coming from the civil society.
So in another hall,
we can
please.
talk. But for example, for me, Paolo Della Rocca could be a good one, representing the Italian civil society.
Thank
Why
you
not?
so much.
Or somebody else.
Thank
okay,
you
sorry.
so much. I'm sorry, but it will be another event here in some minutes. So we need to leave this hall. So I will give the word to Angelo Moretti for greetings.
Okay, I already have a proposal. What do you want to say?
Chiusura.
Sì, aspetta, finisco.
Okay.
Wait. Allora, I think that possibility of ending proposal would be this. Vadim is one of the three. Must be here. We must have an important Ukrainian in part of the three whys. The other is Kessler is already more than one proposal, and is a second. And the third, it is difficult because you decide a lot of names, but we need, we could put Alova, the woman who spoke. She's very capable of understanding one side of what the European civil cause must do, which is very important. Usually it is not so central. And I will be in charge of having them work. That my work will be obliging them to work, okay? And then most of the people who are here, the Castaldo, Presco, all the others, we are going to contact you and to ask you to be part of the committee, no? So also Sergei Cherkov, as you said before, we are going to have all of them work. And the committee will be of 8 people at least, with all the others who are needed more. So if you agree, because it is very late, and I'm sorry, but at this point, we make the committee will be Vadim, Kessler, and Alova, okay? And myself as I did here, to oblige them to be in charge of what they are doing. That's okay for you? So, and we are going to let you know how things are going on later. Now, you can do, this is the end.
Okay. Thanks to Marianella. Big. Okay, un grande applauso. Thanks. This is a strong message to Kiev, but it is a message in Kiev, from Kiev to Europe. This is very important because we are here to say with Ukrainian people, with Ukrainian institutions and Verkhovna Rada, that the Ukrainian state is not only a candidate state of the European Union, but is a member of our humanity and our dream. And this day, this conference, we say together that the future of our common defense is not only army. The army is very important, but is not enough. The future of our common defense is also peace, civil corps for European people and with Ukrainian state. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Rule. And thanks to Marianella. Thanks. Vadim. Sergio.
Thank you so much to all. If you would like to